For the record, my name is Brian Worrell, District 4 City Councilor, and I am the Chair of the Boston City Council Committee on Ways and Means. Today is May 23rd, 2024. This hearing is being recorded. It is also being live streamed at boston.gov/city-council-tv and broadcast on Xfinity Channel 8, RCN Channel 82, and Fios Channel 964. The Council's budget review process will encompass a series of public hearings that begin in April and will run through June. We strongly encourage residents to take a moment to engage in this process by giving testimony for the record. You can do this in several ways. 1, attend one of our hearings and give public testimony. We will take public testimony at the end of each departmental hearing and also at 2 hearings dedicated to public testimony. The full hearing schedule is on our website at boston.gov/council-budget. Our next scheduled hearing is dedicated to public testimony is Tuesday, May 28th at 6 p.m. You can give testimony in person here in the chamber or virtually via Zoom. For in-person testimony, please come to the chamber and sign up on the cheat sheet near the entrance. For virtual testimony, you can sign up using our online form on our Council Budget Review website or by emailing the committee at ccc.wm@boston.gov. When you are called to testify, please state your name and affiliation, residence, and limit your comments to a few minutes to ensure that all comments and concerns can be heard. Or 2, you can email your written testimony to the committee at ccc.wm@boston.gov. Or 3, submit a 2-minute video of your testimony through the form on our website. For more information on the City Council budget process and how to testify, please visit the Council budget website at boston.gov/council-budget. Today's hearing is on dockets number 0670 through 0672. Order for the FY25 operating budget, including annual appropriations for departmental operations for the school department and other post-employment benefits. Docket number 0673 through 0675. Orders for capital fund transfer appropriations. Docket number 0676 through 0678. Orders for the capital budget, including loan orders and lease purchase agreements. These matters were sponsored by Mayor Michelle Wu and referred to the committee on April 10, 2024. The focus of this hearing will be discussed the FY25 budget for the Boston Public Schools, focusing on long-term facilities planning, mergers, closures, great realignment, enrollment declines, and new arrivals, staffing, and central office. Today, I'm joined by my counselors, my council colleagues, Councilor Braden, and today's panelists consist of testifying on behalf of the administration, Superintendent of Boston Public Schools, Superintendent Skipper, Chief Financial Officer of Boston Public Schools, CFO Bloom, Deputy Superintendent of Operations, Deputy for Boston Public Schools, Deputy Superintendent DePina, Chief of Planning, Chief of Capital Planning for Boston Public Schools, Chief Stancelis, Chief of Human Capital Officer, Chief Canty, and Executive Director of Facilities for Boston Public Schools, Executive Director Ford. The floor is now yours.
Great. So first of all, thank you, Councilor Worrell. I again want to appreciate you publicly for the spirit of collaboration. Yesterday we had a follow-up meeting, which I indicated we as a school district want to answer any and all questions the councilors have. We recognize our budget is substantial in the city, and we feel like whatever information we can provide and clarity, we want to be here for. So we're actually not going to do a formal presentation today. Instead, we will be here for questions. I do want to have Chief Stanislaus just have an opportunity to speak specifically to capital planning, since that is a key focus of the hearing. We provided the PowerPoints for you, including the PowerPoint that was presented last night at school committee as we gave the presentation of the first phase of the long-term facility plan. So with that, I will yield my time and turn it to Chief Stanislaus.
Good morning. Thank you, Superintendent. Thank you, Superintendent. Thank you, Chair Worrell and members of the City Council for inviting our team here this morning to speak specifically to the BPS capital planning and also some cross-collaborative work that our team has been doing with the city and also with across departments that's represented here this morning. I want to start out by emphasizing that the long-term facilities plan is aligned to a holistic vision for BPS, a well-rounded ecosystem with high-quality seats for every student in every school in every neighborhood. We know investing in our facilities and shifting the physical footprint of BPS is deeply intertwined with our core academic strategies, as well as the structural changes we're making. I am grateful to my colleagues across BPS, many of whom you've heard from throughout this process, for leading this very important work. Last night at the Boston School Committee meeting, my colleagues and I presented some of the milestones that we expect BPS to reach over the next 12 to 18 months to increase the high-quality seats through facilities investments as well as academic and programmatic investments. We also proposed 2 school closures and 3 grade reconfigurations, and this team is happy to answer any questions that the council has this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Want to acknowledge that Councilor Weber and the Chair of Education, Councilor Santana, has also joined us. I'll now turn it over to my council colleagues for questions. Councilor Braden, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here. I did watch some of the hearing last night, and thank you for the presentation. I have to say, I'm a little underwhelmed. I was expecting some more bigger announcement about what the plan was. I'm really very unclear about what the long-term facilities plan is. Like, there really isn't, for the folks watching, there really doesn't seem to be, it's not very, not very transparent. We don't really know what the plan is. So it's very hard to take a position on it. I think really it seems to be very tentative. Like, we don't have time. It takes years to build a new school. It takes years to even renovate a school. So I'm just really, it's more of a comment rather than a question. Why are we so tentative in this first round of rolling out a long-term facilities plan? I'm really also very interested in enrollment projections. Like, I know that we're beating the bushes in Alston Brighton. Really, we're building we're going to be building a lot of new family housing in the next few years, with the expansion of Faneuil Gardens, and in the private sector we're getting more IDP housing units that are 3 bedrooms. So really, to say our students, our families are important. We want you to stay in the city. We want to provide affordable housing for you. We want quality schools for you. But then, the other thing that I'm really concerned about is that we are seeing a lot of families just giving up and just saying, I'm out of here, and leaving the city because, first of all, the housing situation is tough, but also they're really giving up on Boston Public Schools and saying there's no clear and predictable path for students and families to go through the system. You start here and you end up there, and it's just really stressful and very discouraging for families. So I think, I'm very concerned. Our enrollment's gone down year on year, but I know, off the top of my head, I can name a dozen families who've just said, "Oh, I'm out of here," and they get to a certain age. Kids get to be about this high, and then they're gone. It's not just the question about the exam school selection process or whatever. It's just that there's so much uncertainty and so much unpredictability in the process that families are voting with their feet and going elsewhere. And I also feel that, in terms of making these decisions, that, and this is more of a criticism, that you really don't do public engagement very well. You're almost afraid to come out and talk to people. I know families want the best for their students. I want Boston Public Schools to succeed. But the issue of just really engaging in a very deep and serious conversation with families and residents and stakeholders. We know that we need to reduce the number of schools in our city. We have way too many buildings to maintain. That's taking money away from the classrooms. Like, that's diminishing our ability. It's increasing the cost of delivering quality school education. But we're not having that sort of conversation as a community of equals with all the stakeholders and saying, lay it all out. What are the costs? What are the opportunities? What are the risks of not doing anything? And then working with community and stakeholders to sort of come to a consensus on what needs to be done. Like, I think what really upsets people the most is that we get these decisions made from the top down, and they're sort of dropped in front of people, and then the level of community engagement, it just alienates people and makes people angry. And I think it could be so much better than that, because people are smart and they understand their communities and they understand their families' needs. So, you know, it's more of a challenge to BPS to be much more engaged with the community and get out of the bowling building and come out and be in the neighbourhood at a very organic level, all of the neighbourhoods, and try and build consensus about what we need to do. Like, this broad, like, people agree with you that we need to do this stuff, but they feel locked out of the conversation. And really, that's all I have to say at the moment. I'm delighted that the Horace Mann School for the Deaf is moving to Roxbury. Not Roxbury. No, that's the other. They're not going there. Oops, sorry, the wrong place, wrong neighbourhood. Charlestown. They're going to Charlestown. Hopefully, they'll open on time in September, and it'll be a wonderful new facility for them. You know, I just think, in terms of Alston Brighton, the conversation about the Green Academy, it's definitely, they need a bigger building. That building has been an incubator for many schools. I think you were involved with one of them, Mary. It's, you know, it's a wonderful space to sort of develop programming and be an incubator for innovative schools. But we'll be sorry if, you know, ultimately it's going to have to leave because we don't have buildings big enough in, you know, it's going to have to find another location. We'll be sorry to see it go, because a lot of Alston Brighton kids actually choose to go there at this point. So anyway, I'm a little underwhelmed and would love to have seen a much bolder approach to this first round of school reconfigurations and tackling the issue that we need to start moving faster. Because I do appreciate how long it takes to build a new school or renovate a school, as we found with the Edwards in Charlestown. They've been working on that for years, so it's not a quick turnaround. And again, we're just pushing the whole thing, kicking the can down the road for another year.
Happy to respond. In terms of the questions, the themes I heard were around enrollment, which I think, Jamie, I'll ask you to give some thinking on that, particularly in the Brighton-Alston area, since that's what Council Braden represents. I think what you heard us talk about last night was the long-term facilities plan being a plan that brings together the physical footprint of the district, which we know from a declining enrollment and a shifting enrollment, because it isn't just declining, it's also shifting to a lot more of our multilingual learners and a lot of our younger special education students. So it's both, it has declined, but it's also shifted, especially post-pandemic. But we have to bring together both the physical footprint and we have to bring together the academic and the student experience. And I think with a lot of the change of leadership over the past 7 to 10 years in BPS, there's been a lot of starting and stopping. There hasn't been continuity in developing out the academic programming that is going to address what parents want. To your point about wanting to stay in the BPS and make sure that their students get a good quality education. We know from a lot of the deep engagement work we've done with surveying, with focus groups, you know, we're at this point it's 13,000 people that we've engaged with over the last several years, it's clear what parents are asking for from a student experience side. So the long-term facilities plan is taking that kind of first step to bring together the physical footprint, which it'll take many years to do, along with the academic and the student experience. Those things, when I think about in the last 2 years, even 3, the amount of work that's happened in the BPS, just on the capital planning alone side, there's 11 large-scale capital projects, which for just counselors' knowledge, represents more than 40 years of work in the BPS. We have never had the extent of that work being done. That's all happening. That all has a cost to it. It also has a capacity draw that we need to make sure we do, and we do well. So Horace Mann that you referenced is, for example, one that we need to make sure we transition, and we transition well before turning to the next thing. Additionally, on the academic side, I know we've presented, and you've heard from quite a few of our staff around inclusive ed. Inclusive education is something that's going to allow us to break down the silos that have existed, where students who are special needs and students who are multilingual learners have much greater choice in the system than they've ever had. They've been relegated to, namely, small number of schools to choose from. What inclusive education does is it actually allows us to make sure that parents and students with disabilities and multilingual learners have access to more bilingual education, more newcomer programming, more SLIFE programming, and more special education programming where their students can be alongside their non-disabled peers. That is work that's deep systemic work that the Council of Great City Schools itself, which represents the largest 78 districts in the country, helped us formulate a plan that by its own admission is going to take 3 to 5 years to be able to complete. So coming in now at month 18 or 19, for me, I'm trying to build something that's going to be sustainable, not shiny flashy, but sustainable and actually get at that core work, because that's what's going to actually keep parents in the district. That's what's going to actually make sure at the high school level, for instance, that early college and career isn't here and there, but everywhere. I do want to show a slide, though, just one, if I could, and that is, what is the number, Chief Bloom?
15.
Number 15. You also have a printout in your packet. And Council Braden, for you in particular, I just want to, nope, that's not it.
11.
11.
I don't think we have it up.
Oh, you don't? Okay. So you have it in your packet. It's number 15. And it's a graph, and the title of it is Rethinking Student Assignment and Special Education Policies. So we've never actually put the data out in the BPS this way at the secondary level. But to give you a glimpse, this represents our 9 to 12 student body. It's 15. It's Rethinking Student Assignment and Special Ed Policy. So I just want to make sure everybody has it. It's in the school committee presentation from last night. Okay. Council Weber, do you, nope, looks like that. Number 15.
This one?
Yep, that one. So the reason I highlight this is because this shows us a couple things. So of our roughly 15,500 student body for the high schools, we have multiple categories of high schools. We have alternatives, we have lotteries, which would be Horace Mann, BGA is a good example of that. We have exam schools, obviously. We have our specialized programming, which Madison would be an example with Voc Tech. We have our selectives, which have some form of application, could just be to fill your name out, but the new missions, the BAAs, which have auditions. And then we have something called open enrollment, right? Brighton High is an open enrollment school. So what you see here is that when you look across special education and multilingual learner percentages, which is the orange bar on the right, the open enrollment schools serve about 55% of the special ed and multilingual learners in the whole district. Whereas when you look at the exam schools, they serve roughly 3%. Even our alternative ed isn't really designed to support our special ed and our multilingual as it currently stands. And so right now, also on the open enrollment, we have some under-enrolled schools there, right? The buildings are not necessarily full, but they have this really high concentration of what we would call high-need students. So a seat is not just a seat. A seat represents a student and particular student needs. So when we talk about any kind of merger, consolidation, or closures at the high school level, we would, at this point, because there's barriers in these other schools for multilingual learners and special education students to enter, we would just be shifting the students around in the open enrollment, which means Brighton High, who's already serving above the district average for special ed and multilingual, would actually have to take more special education and multilingual students. That's a systemic problem. That's not a problem that happened over the last 5-10 years. That's a problem that's historic in BPS. It existed this way when I was back in the high schools. To get at this, we have to work at solution sets on the barriers. So building up alternative education in a way to meet the students that are here now, post-pandemic, and that goes all the way to grade 7, right, 6 and 7, but also to make sure that it's accessible to special ed and multilingual learners. Our exam schools, working around with our parents, educating about how to get involved, take the exam, do the prep, right? The kind of deep academic work we're doing to prepare so that all students, including multilingual learners and special education students, have a viable option for the exam schools. That's these are the breaking down of the barriers. Early college and career, we're putting a great deal of work into Brighton High right now, right? Mm-hmm. Partnership with BC, a partnership with UMass. We're working very hard so that early college and career isn't a pocket here and there, but it's across the whole district. That's the deep academic and student experience work we have to do, and we're doing it rapidly. But to start moving students with closure or consolidations before there's seats that they can go to that are going to give them a better quality education is not committing our promise to the families. It's just closing or merging or consolidating. So this is work that we are working both urgently, but it has to be strategic, and it takes more than a year or two of getting all the data together, looking at it, and then working to get these programs built and approved so that we have good quality seats to move the students into. Bilingual education, we have multiple programs in right now. We have 3 that we're launching at the secondary level. We have another, I think, up to 11 that are in Department of Ed to be approved. Those take a year to approve or more, and then you have to build the curriculum, you have to hire the staff. So our intention, as we indicated in the plan, we're moving the system at all sides. Not just this one physical footprint side, but all sides. And it's actually the academic and student experience side that we're moving, creating high quality seats that's going to allow us to accelerate on the physical footprint. But we can't do it before we actually have high quality seats to move the kids into. So that's why our capital project plan, or our long-term facilities plan, is really trying to be responsive to enrollment needs, but at the same time, on an annual basis, be able to have spent the year cultivating and working with schools and families. The 7th and 8th grades are a good example. The work at the Gardner, the work at the Edison. The work at the Edison's gone beautifully this year. And in fact, at both the Edison and the Gardner, it's worked so well that we actually have a little bit of a pattern where the staff move over from the 7th and 8th to the high schools in the region. And that gives the students and the families that power of transition, right? That's so healthy. So that's the reason why, in Edison, the families feel cared for, arms wrapped around. Dell and her team, same thing with the Gardner. They've been out there multiple times talking with the families at this point. Just held another meeting. And that's at the Hernandez, and that's also at the Hennigan. That same work's being done. We are allowing all of 24-25 to work on the transition supports for these changes. Because I've been in a BPS where we have announced something that's going to happen 2 months later, and I've seen the trauma and the damage it does to the community. I've also seen where it's unfair to the kids. Yeah. So that's exactly what we're trying not to do. And so when someone will look and say, well, it feels like we're not moving fast enough, or it's kind of the same old, I look at it having a pretty deep history in BPS and say, we've never had 11 major capital projects that represent $1.5 billion on the table, underway, and happening. We've never. That is not like the BPS of the old. We have never, in inclusive ed, taken on dismantling the deliberate segregation of Black and brown students into special education. We have never had the intentionality of really taking bilingual education and native language access and made it a priority. These are all very starkly different things than we've ever done in BPS before. And those are thoughtful, strategic, and they need support. And they need a bit of time for us to be able to do this so we do it well, which is how we've not done it before.
Mr. Chair, just for folks watching, thank you, Superintendent. I'm very encouraged by what you're saying. Can you, just for the public watching, the alternative programs, can you enlighten us about what that
Sure.
is?
So I'm a staunch supporter of what I call educational options for kids, or some call it alternative ed, because I think we acknowledge that students come in and out of the system at different points of time and in different ways, and some need a different experience in order to get that diploma and reach their dreams of a college education and a career. Alternative ed here has had a very kind of storied journey. Back when I was here with the high schools, we did a lot with Carlos Diaz and like his leadership and vision to build the system up. So we had a single point of entry, and we could really work with families and students to get them into that one shot of an alternative ed setting, because they're not going to pick a second one. So that one shot of that school or that program that's going to help get them to where their dreams are met. I think a combination of the leadership changes, lots of different philosophies about alternative education, and the pandemic was kind of a perfect storm for, they're kind of like a drift. Some of the programs meet the needs of the students we have and others don't, because the needs of kids have changed. And the student body we have has changed. So one of the things that you'll see in the proposal that I think is bold, and it's something I wanted to do 10 years ago, was to launch a second Boston Adult Technical Academy, which we call BADA, this time in East Boston, because we've had the issue of our East Boston students where we have a large 18 to 22-year population of MLE students who come in hardworking, can't possibly meet the regs for graduation, and they need extra time and a different way to do it, and they need to work. And so BADA responds to that. That's their model. Right now, the kids have to come across the bridge if they live in Eastie or Charlestown. They have to come a long journey to get to that school. So for kids that are already, or adults that are already trying to work, get their diploma, keep going at it, and having to travel, it's too much. We are launching a new siting over there called BADA East, which will be in the old Excel Charter building, which we have under lease. We're in the process of hiring the staff for that. It serves our multilingual learners, lots of ESL, lots of career development for the students in early college. So we'll be taking the successful model of BADA and moving it because we're responding to what the students need. That's what we have to do in alt ed. We have to respond to who the students are and what they need. And one of the things that hasn't happened as much is in the alternative ed system here, we don't necessarily have early college and career opportunities like we do in the other schools. My experience of students that are in alternative ed is they actually have the same dreams as every other high school kid. They want access to sports, they want access to social events, they want access to early college and being able to go on and get a diploma, and they want to be able to start a career. It's the same as the kids that we have in the high schools. So we are now building that capacity into the alternative ed. So you're going to see a kind of a dramatic improvement of alternative ed in the programming, but also in who they serve. Right now, if you're a special education student, you don't have nearly as many options in alternative ed. If you are a multilingual learner, aside from BADA, you don't have as many options. So part of this is, as you see from this slide, we need to make sure that they can serve special education and MLE students at district average or near. So that's when we talk about alternative ed. We talk about that small set of schools and programs that serves what I consider a magnificent group of kids in the BPS who really just need something different.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I'll come back with other questions. Thank you.
welcome.
That's very helpful.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Council Weber, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the panel. Just following up on some part of that back and forth. You know, as a Mission Hill parent, you know, we didn't get 2 months even about, you know, when we found out our school was closing for the end of the year. And so and I've been pushing to make sure that when you announce a school close, and I've been pleased to hear several times that schools would not close until the end of the next year. And so I appreciate the need to, you know, proceed deliberately and give families enough time to do that. I guess part of my concern, getting to my concern from the sort of underwhelming kind of long-term facilities plan, or where is so we're dedicated to inclusion, correct?
Correct.
And so can you just explain to me, but as somebody a non-education person, what additional resources you need in a school to have an inclusion plan that aren't there now? I mean, like a K through 8.
Sure. So we have, so thank you for the question. So we have schools that are already doing inclusion, and they have a different way of achieving it. In some schools, they do a team approach. In other schools, they may have 2 educators, and they may have an educator and a para. It varies, and it varies by age, and it varies by sometimes history of how a school kind of went about things. We sort of looking across the 119 schools recognized there's lots of differences. So for us to say you have to do it kind of any one particular way might or might not work for the school. Instead, what we did was to, in the budget process, first of all, to make sure that every school had what we called an inclusion planning team. The idea was that team represented the school, worked with the school leader to look at who their students were and would be, right, in the incoming class, in order to be able to say what are their needs. Because inclusion at day's end is about making sure student needs are met on a continuum for IEP students. So that was kind of the first step. Those teams met and did development all year, and they also will be meeting next year as well, right? As new students come in, as we get data back from kind of whatever way the school is implementing it, what's working, what's not. There might be students that enter a school that require additional resources because the students' needs weren't predicted. So those teams are sort of every single month meeting, some more frequently, to be able to really monitor that with our office, right? With our Office of Specialized Services and academic team. In each school, every school was funded so that from a compliance standpoint, any kind of service on IEPs would be met. Then additionally, each school through the IPT team put forward a plan as to how they would welcome and be able to serve students that traditionally would have been in a self-contained setting who now would be joining into an inclusive setting. Those variations, they varied, right, what people put down. I think part of the struggle was that, we were coming down off of ESSER. And so in the first renditions of the plans we received, some schools were really trying to make up for positions that were ESSER positions. Understand, I was a school leader, like you don't want to lose those positions, but they didn't necessarily correlate to the inclusive plan. They weren't student-facing positions. They weren't something that was going to move the work forward for the students who were coming into inclusive ed. So we had a lot of back and forth between the teams, and it's been a process, like a real iterative process of arriving at what that resource looked like for the schools, and that will continue to be monitored. We said in our budget presentation, we've reserved some funding so that if student need changes, if there was, the team underestimated something, we will have some extra dollars to be able to address that. But we made sure through the IPT process that every school had a plan they were comfortable with, we were comfortable with, that could move the inclusive work forward. So it's not, in most cases, it's a team a plan where you'll have a combination of general education, special education, and ESL teachers, sometimes reading specialists, sometimes it could be clinical supports, coming in and out and push and pull out, depending on what that school actually decided was going to be the way they were going to develop the service model. And David, I don't know if there's anything else you want to add to that.
Well, he's saying no, so I'm sorry to cut you off, but does the average school need like more teachers to give, to adequately implement the inclusion plan?
Some schools already had staffing because they were either doing inclusive ed already, so they had that staff ratio, or they had the like appropriate type of teachers, like special education or ESL teachers. Other schools we needed to add in. Sometimes for ESL we had to add in as well or take out, depending on who the students were that were being assigned. I think it was what was the average? 2.3 was the average FTE that was added in?
I can get that for you.
Yeah, I think it was 2.3, but David will clarify. Over and above what schools already had for compliance that was added in, that was the average in the schools.
Well, so my concern, following up on long-term facilities plan, is that it seems like, we have declining enrollment, and consolidation is one way of dealing with that, to make sure we can provide, for the kids that we have in a meaningful way. But for inclusion, maybe we're including a couple more people per school, but we're not making the sacrifice on the other side of actually consolidating the schools. So it does, to just sort of parrot what Councilor Braden suggested, it seems like passing the buck. So that we're trying to improve something, but not have to make. It seemed like we were going to get that, save resources by closing schools. So just
Sure.
maybe you could respond to that.
Sure. So we see this as something that every single year we have to work toward efficiency on. To that slide that I showed, I just want to reiterate that sometimes people will think when you close a school that you or say you merge schools, that you automatically get this cost savings. It depends on who the students are. If you're moving high concentrations of special ed and MLE students, like as you see in the open enrollment schools, for instance, you still have to serve those children. All that resource still stays in the system and has to move over. The cost savings is really on gen ed seats. And those are not plentiful on that side of the house. So it's, we have to be strategic in how we do cost savings. For instance, last year to this year, we've closed about 75 classrooms. And we've done it in a way that's allowed the school to functionally move forward fine, make sure staffing is at what it needs, but each of those class consolidations brings back into the BPS roughly $100,000. When we close 7th and 8th grades, that's a much bigger savings, right? Because you're closing actual cohort. And so that's the reason we've been so focused on closing 7th and 8th, because first of all, it aligns to the pre-K to 6, 7, 12 the school committee adopted. But secondly, those are for the most part like a lot of those empty seats that reside in those 7, 8s. So we're being very strategic. Additionally, just to remind council, but we found $17 million in efficiencies in the BPS Central last year. This has been part of our budget that we put forward. So at the same time that we are doing consolidations, mergers, and in some cases, a few of the closures we put forward for this year, we're building the systems for the capacity to be able to do the future closures. We are also making sure from a large district standpoint that we are being as efficient as possible in areas like transportation, food service, all of the areas that you can squeeze dollars out of. And I'm happy to address any of those, as I know Sam is, or Brian, so.
Okay, thank you. I'll have more questions second round. Thank you.
I want to acknowledge that Councilor Fernandez Anderson and Council President Louis Jen has joined us. Councilor Santana, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, Superintendent and team. Really, thank you for being here, and thank you to my colleagues for some great questions and some great answers, Superintendent. We're talking right on inclusive education, so I'll start there. It seems to me that when you talk about this, where we're moving towards inclusive education, you're speaking in a way that's like the final product of where we want to be. I want to know, and again, I know it takes time, so it's going to take years to really develop this, right? What can parents and students expect this upcoming school year in terms of inclusive education? And I know you've in your previous answers you talked about our English language learners, students with our IEP. Can you talk about all of our students and what can they expect this upcoming year from our schools?
Sure. So relative to the inclusive ed, in K0, K1, K2, and then 7th and 9th, in those grades, we are working with the schools to begin the inclusive process. And that means if a student is on an IEP at their team meeting, if the team and the parent agree that that student is eligible and can be successful in an inclusive setting, then that student will now have a seat, which means in their own school, or if they were to want to move school, they would be able to do that. Those happen to be transition grades as well, right, in 7th and 9th and K2. So I think that when the Council of Great City Schools sort of recommended it, we started with transition grades, knowing that that's when parents actually have choice in students. So different than before, they will see schools that they were never able to necessarily get a seat at if they were coming from a self-contained setting. In the case of our multilingual learners, we are working rapidly on the bilingual side to, first of all, across pathways, any of the schools that are doing any what we call kind of our SEI or language-specific pathways, we never could guarantee that the teacher who is teaching that spoke the language, the native language. We are working in concentration with Chief Canty and her department to hire rapidly more bilingual staff so that we can start to give that assurance around those programs. If you are a newcomer student, for parents, it'll be a lot clearer what the program offers and what the entrance and the exit criteria are. That was something that we never engaged with parents on in the way we needed to. If you are a SLIFE student and parent, you will have more SLIFE programming. You will have some, for instance, in Margarita Muniz, you'll actually have the Spanish SLIFE because we're moving that over. So the access to other kinds of schools, if you're a SLIFE student, will be there. Additionally, you will for sure have emotional support within the SLIFE programming as we maintained our bilingual social workers. We saw those as essential within SLIFE. We're also just making sure, even though the state doesn't have a SLIFE, as much regulation with SLIFE, we're making sure we're tight so that every SLIFE program, the teachers are getting PD and they know, we know, the parents know exactly what's happening in that program. We have in the queue with DESE right now an additional up to 11 programs. We're looking at 3 newcomer programming at the secondary level, and then we're Chinese, Cape Verdean, and Spanish. There's 3 new ones that we're looking at right now for authorization from the state. Which we actually received. So we can start working with the community on that. And that's important because that came from the community. I went out and met with different, I've been meeting with different communities, and when I met with the Cape Verdean community and Chinese community and the Vietnamese community, they all, and the Arabic Somali community, they all, Muslim community, they all indicated a deep passion for wanting to preserve language, right, and heritage and culture in the Native American, actually, indigenous peoples. So my point is that this is coming from the community, what they want with language in the programs, and we're responding. Sometimes there's curriculum already developed. Sometimes we have staff already who speak the language, but other times we have to develop that. And so we'll work with the community, even around staffing, getting community to apply or to get into pipeline programs. So as a student, and a parent, these are the things that you will start to see next year different than you have in the past with BPS, but you will see them more frequently now going forward.
Great. No, thank you. And I know you mentioned Chief Canty and the work that she's doing to try to get rapid bilingual teachers. Would like to, no need to answer right now, but would like to know about some of the initiatives that you and your team are doing in terms of trying to be proactive in creating incentives for our multilingual teachers. Superintendent, I know we've talked a lot about capital plans and like future of our schools. I want to talk about just public safety for a second. And even though it's not necessarily seen in the capital plans of what that is, I think public safety should be part of every single conversation that we're making in BPS. And quite frankly, I've been visiting schools, visiting libraries where students are who are BPS students, and I ask them, what do you want to see improved in your school? And sometimes they're shy. I'm like, how's your school lunch? And I'm like, this is something that most students will talk about and say that they want to see, right?
Yeah.
And maybe not surprising, but more recently, a lot of them I don't even care about the school lunch, right? I care about my public safety. I don't feel safe at school. And I ask what protocols are in school for you to feel safe. They check our bags, but it's not really a real check. Whatever the case may be, what are we doing, on a high level, but also on a school by school level to ensure that our students feel safe and are safe in our schools? And I think, I'll add before you answer, I think our schools should be, safe havens for all of our students, for all of our teachers and everyone who's working in them. And this pattern and this theme that I'm seeing, it's not just in one school or one neighborhood, it's across the whole city. So, can you speak to that a little bit?
Sure. Yeah, I think school safety has a lot of elements to it, right? I think as you and I have talked about, there's the physical school safety, there's the emotional school safety. I think, first of all, so because of that, you need to approach it in different ways, which I think we are doing. First of all, there is, I will say, the vast majority of times that a weapon, say, gets reported, being in a knife or something else, that almost always comes from kids. It's not always because there's a metal detector in place. The metal detector can certainly be a signal to a student to remember not to do this. But at day's end, it's really kids monitoring each other and building a culture in a school where they want to be safe and they want to keep the school safe, that usually that information comes forward. And so we're really focused on the culture building in the schools. This is about, anti-bullying, anti-racism and bias work. This is about, certainly the social workers that we've invested in, continue to invest in, the clinical partnerships that we have to identify students. We've developed an emergency management department that we've never had in BPS, and that department does threat assessments. They follow, the state and national protocols. So if there's a concern about a student, there's an actual assessment we can do to determine what other supports that student needs. So it's really a lot of different things. We've added in, from an infrastructure standpoint, our school safety, which is our school specialists. We've now, under Chief Coakley's leadership, trained all of them in de-escalation, trauma-informed practice, so that when they're working with young people, they know what to look for. They know which students might be struggling and who could be a danger to themselves or to others. And so that's a big step that we had not previously done. We've also added in the community connectors. And this is a work in progress because it's a new model for us, right? And some of the folks had previously been in the street worker positions, and they're now on the BPS side. But really, we did this because we recognize many of the issues that happen in our schools start outside, and then they come into the school. And they start outside at the tees, at certain restaurant areas that we know in the some of the shopping malls. there's certain hotspots that kids gather, issues happen, and then it comes into the school the next day. So those community connectors have a staggered schedule so that they can be in those places. So if we're hearing that students are having an issue, they can go and work on conflict resolution with the kids. If an issue does happen, they can work on restorative justice practice, right? We're doing a lot of the RJ work under student support. And that is really within each of the regional networks, making sure that there's a restorative justice practice coach that can work in the schools to get, because that's a whole culture in a school. So we have to work at all levels for this. I think we also recognize this is a city and district initiative, right? Because the stuff that does happen outside, that communication, so that we know like something's happened at South Bay or something's happened someplace, then we can start unpacking for the young people and try to, make sure that they're protected and that they have the support they need to make good decisions. It's also about building constructive programming for the young people. And that means in the after-school hours, the weekends in particular. Corey McCarthy and student support have worked with Black Male Advancement to get a lot of they've got basketball leagues going, soccer leagues, all kinds of things to get young people engaged on the weekend so that they can make good choices, right? They're in, organizational stuff and they're, it's healthy. So it's a complex issue, which is why we have to work it from all sides.
Great, thank you. I'll have some follow-up questions on public safety in my next round. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to acknowledge that Council Mejia has joined us. Council Fernandez-Anderson, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Morning.
Good morning.
I have some questions, and then we'll get into more budgetary numbers in round two. There'll be a round two, Mr. Chair? Okay, thank you. I guess my first question, I'm going to circle right back to O'Brien because we're waiting on an email or some sort of correspondence or follow-up about, and I think the last time we spoke, you, Superintendent, we had discussed and you said you were going to look into it and try to get back to me before the end of the school year with a timeline, and looking forward to hearing that.
Yeah, so do you want to just update? Thank you, we appreciate the question.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Counselor. So on the O'Brien, I think a week or so ago, I met with some of the community members from the O'Brien who had a few questions about the project and also what timeline would look like. Shared with that community that the O'Brien as we have the long-term facilities plan now, the O'Brien and other projects, the O'Brien is still a priority for the mayor, both the mayor and the superintendent. As we're sort of phasing in the capital plan and with the capital budget, just aligning on where the O'Brien sits in sort of the capital budget conversation and when that project can and will be started. The specific project around O'Brien is not something that our team will be moving forward right now. It is a part of all of the other long-term facilities plan and capital budget conversations, and we will continue to engage with that community. And also as we're doing the Madison Park project, there are spaces that Madison Park and O'Brien would be sharing within that complex, so that will be upgraded as part of the Madison Park project. And then there's sort of the day-to-day facilities pieces that will work in collaboration with our facilities team to maintain in the building.
Is it possible to get us a timeline of when those facility issues will be corrected or improved?
Yeah. Brian, do you want to just share a little bit about O'Brien? I know you have the ceilings in particular.
Thank you. If you can send me in writing through the chair a list of facility improvements that are needed and a timeline to get that done, I think just the communicating to the community and saying, this is what it is. We've done an assessment. I know we talked a couple years ago and you so eloquently laid out a plan and then the dashboard. Thank you. And so I appreciate the answer on the long term, and I can understand that. I guess just communicating to the community specifically on facility improvements.
Yep. Good morning, Councilor. Absolutely, I can get you over a list of the improvements that we're making. As of right now, as you know, this current fiscal year that we're in, we completed a facilities condition assessment. And unlike many years past, it's a common industry best practice. We've been able to cohesively assess all of our buildings across all the major projects and major needs in our area. And that allowed us to create an infrastructure plan for the facilities team that allows us to address each one of these. In addition to that, what we did is we created a priority list that takes into the existing condition, remaining useful life, but then we factor in the equity and opportunity index and racial planning as well to
I
make
saw
sure
that.
that we're addressing them efficiently.
I appreciate it, that it's holistic. I saw that. I went through all of your different sections in terms of opportunity index, in terms of like actual hardcore like facility issues, and they scored pretty low. So just really interested in seeing that, getting some improvements. O'Brien, I think, scored 6 in Massachusetts. You know, everybody wants to, some people around here want to talk about Boston Latin, but I still think O'Brien's the best high school in Boston. No, kidding. But if we can get the facility going, I'd appreciate it. Thank you
Absolutely.
so much. And the timeline, just the timeline, what it is, what are we going to do, when, please. Thank you. The long-term facility plans mentions that all of the facilities in BPS were given overall building experience score, and so does a low-scoring building, according to overall building experience score, mean that the facility would be prioritized by development or closure?
That's a great question. It does not mean that the building would be closed. There's a bucket, like when looking through the data there with the building experience score, it's like, can that building, like even though the building experience score is low, it's like looking at, can that building fit a model space, right? Like, so can we prioritize that building for renovation, for expansion in some way? Another bucket that we think about is, can we look at possibly like merging those school communities and merging one school community with another, as we're looking at it like programmatically, inclusion, possible expanding to this K through 6, 7 through 12 model with renovation, so that there are multiple possibilities like outside of closure, like when looking at the building experience scores.
I understand. I really do. I think in terms of, it's a very, very complex planning process, and I don't even pretend to be an expert or even halfway there. But in considering your plans based on need, based on facility assessment, based on opportunity index, based on what can be merged, where can we save money, what can be closed, what can be redone, improve facilities, like all of these types of like things that you have to consider. It's a lot. It's very complex. And I think that the way you're delivering information to us, if it was some sort of Prezi interactive like presentation, I think it would be more consumable. But the fact that we have to go from document to document to document, it does take more time. So my next question, I'm just gonna get right to the crux of what everybody is thinking, talking, or rumoring, that BPS should not be approved, that the BPS budget should go to 130, and that you guys should be forced to come here every month or so to prove that there are improvements, or that you're making improvements, that you should lay out benchmarks and metrics, and that you should communicate that transparently through a dashboard, and we should see return on investment. You've heard this before, but I'm laying it out here because I want to hear from you. Why do you think that makes sense? If it doesn't, why doesn't it make sense? And my thoughts, I'll just tell you really quick, is that if this was a process where we are consistently dedicating a whole lot of time to reviewing and assessing and analytics, then I would say, yeah, that's definitely the way. But I am concerned, right? I share some of my colleagues' sentiments. I am concerned that there has to be a better way for us to communicate or for us to monitor based on metrics and for us to communicate progress. There has to be a way that it's comprehensive, but it's user-friendly, and we'll get it, right? If it's the council that doesn't get it, if it's the public that doesn't get it, like obviously we have a whole host of constituents who are saying, this is not working, BPS, 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 but you guys are doing a lot of work, and I see a lot of it making sense, but then there's this concern about how do we measure progress, and it doesn't make sense to come back here. I don't think this body is a review place for that, honestly, because we don't have the resources, or we're not equipped with people that can do analysis and aggregate this data and bring it together. If we had monies to be able to contract third-party agencies that come in through our hearings for us to be able to assess you, I would say yes. But I do have to work with my colleagues, and I'm concerned, and I want to hear from you what you think about all that.
Sure. So I'm going to have CFO Bloom talk specifically about the 130, but I appreciate just the honesty, right, the transparency on it. I think that BPS in the last at least 2.5 years, 3 years, has been audited more than any district possible. We are under a systemic improvement plan from the state, which has very concrete metrics, benchmarks that we have to make. And we regularly report out on that, both to DESE and to school committee. Happy to share those with the council. Additionally, the proactive piece of what we did when I came in was to make sure that we were using the Council of Great City Schools, which does represent the largest 78 districts, to do deep audits in key areas of the BPS. That's what's kind of led to the inclusive ed. They did special ed, they did transportation, they did school safety. They are most recently completing OHC. And so, and then there's a few others that they'll work on. Additionally, we had Ernest Young do a very extensive data analysis on our data systems. And they just presented a 3-year plan for us on data governance and a plan for BPS. So I think that there's an incredible amount of data that's already on BPS. There's also an incredible amount of plans that are there along with the markings of the progress in those plans. The difficulty is that most of the issues in BPS existed before any person on this council did, before any of the current school committee were seated, or me. They existed even back to when I was here before and much, much earlier.
Sorry, what did?
The issues that the broad systems issues. And so I say that because I know, and it's understandable, people's patience, right, want the solution now. But the problem is the solutions we would put forward, if they are not really going to get at the systems issues, are just going to Band-Aid it for another year or 2 years or 3 years instead of really getting at the issue. Inclusive Ed's a great example of that. That is something that unwinds 5, 6, 7 decades worth of, intentional segregation of Black and brown students, special education, multilingual learners, to now open up choice and quality for parents in a way that hasn't existed. Those are going to take several years to be able to implement and to do well, right? Where you're going to start to see these things coming together. So we are happy in any way to share what's already been done, because I really do believe that it's more than what's happened in any district in a short amount of time. We are working as fast as we can. But the danger in working too fast is to actually not do the right work. And that's what I think we're really trying to communicate out. I showed one of the slides, which was slide 15, Councilor Anderson, on the school committee presentation. I think I showed it as you were coming in, but this particular slide, it shows the high schools, right? It shows the secondaries. And it's like It's titled Rethinking Student Assignment and Special Education Programs. And I do want to highlight it, because there were several counselors that weren't here when we showed it, and I just want to, I want to highlight this. It's up on the screen, too. They actually were just able to get it up there. This is significant because it underscores the systemic issue we have in the BPS. This represents 9 to 12 high school population, and it shows the different kinds of high schools we have. Everything from alternative ed to the exams to what we would call like Madison Park, which has an application, now and is a Voc Tech, all the way to what we call open enrollment schools. When we talk about open enrollment, we think of, like Brighton, Charlestown, English, Tech Boston, those are open enrollments. The others, as you can see from that slide, 55% of our multilingual learners and special education students are concentrated in the open enrollment schools. That's where your deep special education programming is, and that's where your a lot of your self-contained, and that's where a lot of your newcomer programming is in those schools. And so when we talk about long-term facility, a seat is not just a seat. It represents a child, and it represents that particular kid's needs. So if we were to, at this point, without developing some additional programming for multilingual and special ed and starting to really remove those barriers, and we were to just start to close and merge schools based strictly on the long-term facility plan guidance, we would be displacing multilingual learners in special ed at huge rates into seats that are not any better quality than what they're in right now. And so it's both holding the complexity of urgency, but at the same time recognizing these are children. So I say that because I think there's a very surface understanding in general in the public of BPS, because we haven't done a good job really talking about the complexity of BPS and what we have to do in order to make it the district that every parent wants to choose and every student feels really good at. That is complex. But what we're doing in the long-term facilities plan, in the inclusive ed plan, in our early college and career plan, in our academic plan in general, what we're doing is we now are building the foundation for the whole district for the first time. And that's really what you have in front of you, right? So a 30th budget would never work for lots of reasons for us, and David can go into the specifics. But more importantly, I need the council to be on a journey with me in understanding the complexities of BPS and being willing to hold the complexity as we're really building the foundation that once and for all is going to make BPS the district that every student actually does get served. And CFO Bloom?
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just say, going through the process, Counselor, that you outlined and raised some concerns over, creates some real risk for us and some real challenges in operating our district. So the vast majority of our expenses are encumbered for the full year. So think employee salaries, right? Or a license for a learning platform or purchase of textbooks. So if we don't know that we're gonna have our appropriation for the full year, we have to immediately start to restrict spending, because it's not something we can just change month to month, right? So the risk of going to a monthly budget is we sort of have to start risk assessment and planning for a world where we're not going to get the money, and start to build a cascading set of plans for budget reductions in case in one of those months we miss out on a couple millions of dollars. Those funds we wouldn't want to be doing mid-year layoffs of employees when we ran out of money, so we would be starting to think about things like restricting hiring for vacant positions, restricting non-personnel, freezing spending, depending upon how long the month-to-month spending situation were to go on without guarantees of it. I'm not saying this would be a crisis necessarily by any means. It's something we could definitely manage, but it would lead to real consequences across all of our schools if we weren't to know this is our appropriation for the year, if we were taking it month by month.
Can I just respond? Sorry. Thank you so much. I think I can appreciate your explanation, and I appreciate your sincerity in terms of we need to do better in communicating complexities, but also extending grace to you that we're all new here, right? So technically. And so it may take time before we all learn how to understand or communicate complexities. And so that's hopefully the relationship that we're building and saying,
right.
Let's allow this grace so that we can see where it goes. But then some people feel that perhaps it's not time for so many complexities and changes at a time where we haven't dealt with the previous complexities. I know, then when is it? When is time? So and then in terms of the budgetary area, then people would say, well, either way, if we're on a check-in balances basis, we could have our eyes on things in real time, and it doesn't necessarily mean that it adversely impacts your monies, but that we at least check in so that we do our due diligence in understanding complexities over time. Because it's so complex, it may need a monthly check-in. I'm just laying that out because I think we need to start from there. And then the other part of this is when we are analyzing something, if we came with rubrics that we are actually filling in the information that you give us based on what the resolution should be, then we could actually make a fair assessment of where you are or how far you're getting. Mm-hmm. But we don't have that. And so we have to be honest about that too. So how do we begin to say you're not or you are if we're not coming in with the already comprehensive rubric to say this is the solution, this is the answer. If we don't have the answer, we should say we don't have the answer. And I think that's why it's so complex for both.
Yeah.
But I have confidence that you are the expert, and we're looking into going through these hard conversations, but I don't think we are halfway, not even halfway into the conversation to fully understand these changes and how it's going to impact. So I think that's where you see the lack of confidence in terms of moving forward. Mm-hmm. But I look forward to more and hopefully more working sessions, and I know that the chair's time is valuable and busy and hectic, so I don't know where we're going to go from here, but thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. Just want to acknowledge that Councilor Murphy, Councilor Flynn, and Councilor Fitzgerald has joined us. And now we'll go to Council President Louis Jen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my colleagues for asking some great questions. I want to thank the superintendent and the admin. I know we ask tough questions as our job is, but I also just want to say that I don't doubt that you care about the kids, and what matters most is our young kids, and that everyone thinks that they can do urban education, and I don't believe that's true. I think that there are difficulties that you face, especially because of the problems that our kids walk into school with, the levels of poverty, the levels of intergenerational trauma, so we just want to acknowledge that. My first question is with respect to the decision not to propose the number of mergers and closings that we thought we were going to see in order to get the efficiencies that we want to see, to be able to scale, right? The schools that don't have a basketball team or don't have, part of it is a numbers game. And so there was a point in time where there's a decision that forthcoming that we would get some significant amount of school closings and mergers. It seems like that has really been pulled back. I want to better understand the decision. I know you spoke to school committee yesterday, and I actually tip my hat to the extent that the decision is made because of the realization that BPS doesn't do community engagement well, and that you acknowledge the trauma that people experience as well as school mergers and all of that. And so I wanna, but I feel like there's more there, whether it's the difficulty of the conversations, and like as a BPS kid, 2 of my schools are on the list, like the Taylor, Shaw, and those conversations were very difficult last year, but we participated in them, and we're moving forward with the Taylor, Shaw, and the BCLA McCormick, which I actually think is an example of BPS finally listening to what the community wanted and getting the Ruth Batson Academy going, because our students deserve everything. But I want to better understand what the decision-making process. We are going to have to make hard decisions to merge schools and close schools that we all thought were forthcoming, to now saying, oh, okay, well, we have these 3 schools that, we all knew about, but we're gonna, make sure that we're getting the middle schools right. The decision to sort of stop, can you explain that a little bit more?
Sure. So, actually, I'll have Dell, if you want to speak to just the pre-K to 6, 8, and kind of the regional work that you're doing. But I'll start. So I think one of the things I had said is that we have 11 major capital projects that are happening right now. It's more than we've had in decades. And each one of those has to be done well. They take capital dollars. They take take bandwidth to actually make sure they get done right with the community. And so we sometimes have a tendency to, once something's been committed to, we put it to the side, and then we move on to the next thing. And as a result, that thing does not get done well or doesn't get done. And I think BCLA is a great example of that, right? There was an announcement, this was going to happen, and then 5 years later, it still wasn't dealt with. We're trying to honor what we've committed to, and that is going to take money, capital dollars, but also the staff bandwidth to get that right. Additionally, I think as we look deeper into the system, there are things we've started like inclusive ed, like the early college work at the high schools, redesigning the alt-eds at the high schools. We've discovered we need gap programming for our overage multilingual learners and special education students. Those need to be done, and they're not even they haven't even begun, right? Like inclusive ed starts next year. All we're touching is 7th and 9th grade, say at the secondary, or the little kids at the pre-K to 6. So we have a lot of things in motion, but they're not yielding high quality student seats yet. EMK will, but it's 25, 26. Mm-hmm. Josiah Quincy will starting this year, coming into the fall, but that's going to grow. Margarita Muniz starts next year. So we need to actually start generating the high quality seats so that as we're thinking about accelerating mergers, consolidations, and closures, we have quality seats to put the students into. So that has to happen both physically from the capital projects we have committed to, some of the additional merger closure configurations that we've put forward, but then also on the academic side, we have to really be building the academic menu up here when it comes to inclusive ed, bilingual education, dual language, the newcomer programming, so that the students who are impacted in those schools that will close, merge, and be reconfigured, their families know that they have better options than from what they're coming from. That takes the seeds have been planted, but the grass has to grow a little bit, and it's just a year or 2 off, from that happening. To rush that is going to really compromise only the students, right? And so I think that was why I underscored that slide, because to dismantle in any way, right, the deep over-programming of special ed and multilingual learners in open enrollment, that is the work for next year and the foreseeable future, so that as inclusive ed kicks in, as early college happens across, and as our academic work takes root in the pre-K to 12, now all of a sudden you have quality seats that we can offer families. And that trauma that got invoked when we would close schools and really just shuffle them to another situation that wasn't any better. It didn't make sense to the community. It wasn't defensible on our side, but we moved forward with it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I think part of my question is, and I take it as like a bandwidth wanting to do what is on your plate really well, right? Like in a sort of under promise and over deliver. And I hope that's what we're getting. I'm a little sensitive to maybe political inertia. Like, is it, our schools often are the victims of politically hard decisions, right? So I want to make sure that we're not moving forward with this because these are politically hard conversations to have, because they're really hard to have at the community level. Saw this when I was doing assignment process under Mayor Menino. Promises that we make to schools, and to school communities, and we just don't see them through. So in one way, I'm really encouraged by what you're saying, because it says, it's a statement that, like, look, these are our promises. Our promises are these 11 schools that are here, these capital improvements, and the problems that we see with, open enrollment, the oversaturation of students who have deep, deep needs. I just want to make sure that it is truly that, and we're not just trying to put by the wayside this really big issue that we need to deal with, which is like the number of buildings that we have that is preventing our ability to scale resources to our kids.
Yeah, no, totally fair question. I guess I would answer it in two ways. One is, we will need, and we will, close, merge, and reconfigure schools. That is going to be part of our DNA over the next 10 years, at least. That is going to happen. The readiness for that also needs to happen. And in some ways, just by the genesis of this conversation we're having with everyone and the school committee, the politically hard decision was to not put forward a lot of schools. That's actually the politically harder decision, for all the reasons why council is asking about it and school committee asked about it. When I make a decision with my team, the real consideration for me are the students, and making sure that the decision we're making is going to fulfill a promise to the students to get them into the quality education we're talking about. And in good conscience, we could have used the tool in a very simplistic way, just looking at empty seats, but those empty seats are going to be filled with students who have real needs. And we don't yet have those high quality seats for those students built out. So that's the reason why taking the time that we've taken this year and then next year and actually getting more momentum in those high quality seat development, both through the capital projects and in the programmatic changes, because we also committed, as you'll see in the document, to a series of things on the academic side, some at secondary and some at pre-K to 8 to 6. It's also fulfilling those promises as well. So there is a, going forward, there's no question for the next decade, we will be closing, merging, and reconfiguring schools as we deal with enrollment shifts. I will also say this about enrollment. Enrollment is not as simple from a number perspective. Yes, you can say, okay, we dropped 1,000 students, but when you drop 1,000 students net and you've added 3,000 multilingual learners, or you've added in 500 special education early ed students, those students require different kinds of seats and services. And so a seat is not just a seat. And I think that's the complexity that we have to kind of talk more about. It's why, giving the public information like that slide is important, so that people start to see this isn't just as simple as taking these 50 empty seats and putting 50 kids into it.
Superintendent, the only thing I would add is the annual cycle and evaluation review that we're putting us on.
Yeah, so I mean, the other thing, Councilor, is that President, is that it's also, we've committed to an 18-month capital cycle where stuff comes off our capital budget and other things go on. A deep partnership, right, with MSBA, which we will be putting those proposals forward every cycle as schools come on and off. And then every single year, we will be coming forward with some amount of proposals. Some years a lot, some years fewer, but that will be, again, for at least a decade, how we're going to need to sort of get to the sizing optimization that we need to be.
Thank you. I have additional questions, but I've hit my time, and so I will reserve them. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have one question regarding slide 15. The open enrollment upper schools currently have 55% of MLs and SWDS. What's the eventual target percentage that you would want across all school types? And then also, what's the timeline to get to that goal?
So I think I'd say there's kind of two ways of looking at it. I think one is what we would call sort of concentrated programs, like where we have newcomer programming, that's different kind of programming for MLE than students who have reached an English language level of, say, a 4 or 5, where they're in general education. The special education, it's really targeting on the self-contained or the substantially separate. That's something that we're working with DESE on as well. Like, we know we have overrepresentation in that community, and it's particularly for our Black males. So, and then certain disability areas even more so. So that's something that inclusive ed starts to take root, students who previously only had the option to be in a self-contained setting now have the option to be in any of the schools because they have inclusive education. So we will see, what we're predicting is sort of seeing substantially separate drop as inclusive ed comes up. It will even off at some point that, and that's why I can't give you an exact average, but on the substantially separate, there's always going to be, for students on a continuum, the need for some students to be in a more restrictive environment for partial day or for full day. What that number ultimately is here remains to be seen, because it depends on how teams and parents choose inclusive ed.
But the goal is to
Well, the district averages, run in the low 30s for MLE and in the mid 20s for special education. So we would want to, at least see across schools that they're approaching or near those averages.
All right, awesome. Thank you.
Sure.
Counselor. Sorry, just lost that sheet.
Mejia.
Is it Mejia?
Are we trying to stop me?
It is Counselor Mejia.
Come on, man.
Counselor Mejia.
I was paying attention and
You were
listening on
paying
my way in
attention.
here. Think I don't know the order? Better set that timer. I'm just joking. That's okay, right?
It's all good.
Exactly. All right, let's go. So I am excited to be here. I just want to give a shout out to Dr. McIntyre. I love seeing you in this space. As someone who has grown up watching you in action, I just want to deeply appreciate and amplify a lot of the work that you have done for the district, particularly all the work that you have done at the Burke. Is one of the schools that our office has many deep partnerships with, and you have always just been so incredibly open and ready to roll up your sleeves and experiment alongside our office. And so I just want to say thank you for seeing us and for creating opportunities for us to be in deep partnership with that school, because that's what true collaboration looks like. And so thank you for trusting us to be in partnership with you all. So thank you for that. And I just want to thank everybody here. I have different relationships with you all, and I know we're going to have 2 or 3 rounds, so I'm going to take my time in this process with you all. So first of all, and then I just want to say thank you to Superintendent Skipper. You and I sat on a appointed committee for DESE around accountability and improvement. And so I'm really happy to see you in this seat, because you have an opportunity now to really take a lot of the things that we discussed in that space and turn those into real actionable plans. And so really looking forward to working alongside you to do just that. And to my colleagues' question in regards to understanding the tension and the complexities, as a BPS graduate who did not go to an exam school, and as someone who fought fiercely in the education space, I want to just name that this conversation around reconfiguration and quality, that I'm really happy to hear you uplifting other schools like Charlestown, Madison Park, the Burke, you know, Boston Day and Evening Academy, Bata, all the schools, right, that have been traditionally overlooked by the district. I am happy to see, in many ways, I see this as a restorative justice moment, because a lot of the attention and a lot of the oxygen goes into the schools that have the biggest endowments or the biggest mouths. And so I'm happy to see that everyone's going to be able to get to eat this time around. And so I'd like to be able to just go on the record of understanding how important it is for those investments to happen in these schools that have been under-resourced for so long. So I just want to say thank you for naming that and pointing it out. And you could tell by the tone of my voice that I do have a chip on my shoulder, right? Because I went to Dorchester High. And I didn't even know about exam schools until I started working in the education space. And I really do believe we have an opportunity to repair a lot of that harm. And so I'm excited to see some of these investments and your intentionality around that. So I do have some questions now that I've given you my dramatic opening. Some of my questions are really around community engagement. And I'm just curious if you could just talk to me about what the attendance has been around, you know, the education conversation and configuration at the Gardner, the Hernandez. How many BPS folks were in attendance? How many were families? How much notice was given? So if you could just talk to me a little bit about that, I would appreciate it. Specifically around the West Zone. Sure. The Hennigan, just curious if you have that data. Del?
Yeah. Thank you for that question, Counselor. On specifically the West Zone and the Hennigan, the school community, like our team, the school's team and capital planning was in person and spoke directly to all of the staff in person at that community. We also informed families, I think it was 48 hours in advance, so we sent out a communication. We emailed
robocalls, emails, when you say communication?
A messenger calls to families with a letter informing them of a community meeting, which we held virtually, and we have an in-person one scheduled.
How many
families.
parents?
We had about 35 parents that
And how many
showed up.
BPS staff?
At the West Zone, Hennigan, we probably had central office staff. We had our deputies showed up, capital planning, like myself and my deputy. So we probably had about 8 central office staff that showed up like on the call. Everyone else on the call, besides translators, was members of the school community and families. I know that there were about 35 families on that call.
And are you using the 48-hour notice because that is what we do here on the council, or
Oh, I can explain that a little bit more. So when the final decision was made that these schools were going to be recommended to school committee, we wanted to make sure that our parents and families were made aware before we publicly informed school committee, we presented it to school committee or shared the information publicly.
And so how many more meetings after that?
We have...
Because 35 parents is not a lot.
Yep. So we have one in-person meeting that's scheduled right now, but the plan is, so we have, and this is the reason why we have like 1 full year for engaging the school community.
Do you have a benchmark in terms of how many, to really feel like you have done your due diligence around parent and community voice? Do you have a benchmark of how many parents and community stakeholders so that you can really feel like you've done your job to listen to people?
So we want to make sure that we touch every single parent as part of this process. And how this works, right? There's like multiple teams across the central office that's supporting in this work. So we have a senior project manager that's supporting from capital planning that's assigned to each school in this process. We have our Office of Human Capital that will be stationed at the school and have office hours with staff. For our families, right, support with assignment enrollment, they're getting one-on-one support from our assignment team and from our special education team. And also, the capital planning team will hold like broader sort of like community engagement conversations for transition. And currently how those things are working, so every like bi-weekly, a good example is the Philbrick-Sumner sort of like merger, right? So we have like bi-weekly community engagement meeting with those
Okay,
school
so let's stop
communities.
there real quick, because the Sumner had reached out to our office asking us for support on the family engagement piece for the Spanish-speaking parents. So we had to set up, which wasn't our job, but we did, a series of monthly meetings that we did off hours to help support and get those parents up to speed. So I'm curious what has happened since.
Yep, that's a great question. So since those meetings, so our team has bi-weekly meetings with those communities to bring them together. We have translators and we have one of our project managers who speaks Spanish along with the community liaisons who has been lending support to those families. Another thing that community had asked for is to, if we can like change the times of some of those meetings
right. That's
to
what
in
we
the
did.
morning to support
That's what we
working
did.
families.
Yep.
So our team has responded to that and has showed up and had some earlier meetings at the schools, and those are like ongoing. The community is like fully involved. It, like, for example, we're launching the renaming, we've launched the renaming process with the community, and it's giving families multiple ways of engaging and responding to that process, knowing that like all of our families unfortunately cannot show up in person to meetings, but and in the past we've only done in person, but now we have like surveys that we're sending out to families, and we have like the family liaisons at schools that are also reaching out to the families to get responses.
I know, because my time was up, and I hear that, and I want to be respectful of that. I have other colleagues that want to go, and then I'll just wait till my second round. But I just want to end this, put a button on this one, is that what I have learned is that when we have the energy to really dig into the systemic barriers that prevent families from participating, right, that we can really get the results that we're asking for or looking for. So the fact that we ran this pilot at the Sumner, that we restructured the times that we meet with families, that we've created this, I'm happy to see that we've built the infrastructure and BPS is now continuing to respond in that way. So I want to name and thank you all, because we were doing this once a month. Now you all are taking that concept and doing it bi-weekly, because what you're doing there is also catching other folks who may not be able to meet at the time that was assigned. So I really do appreciate that additional layer that you all are bringing. And Superintendent Skipper, this is what we're talking about with this budget situation, is that family engagement and community engagement is hard work. And that is the most important work of any conversation that we have here. And those investments, in terms of the return on that investment, has to be, that's where I would like to see your numbers increase. And I do appreciate this whole idea of like what can happen if we go to a 1/3. But the problem is, and what I have seen here in the city of Boston for the last 4 years that I've been here, is that we keep having the same conversation, and I do appreciate the complexities, but at some point we need to exercise some authority over this body in terms of making sure that we're able to hold you all accountable. And while I appreciate the reports that Desi has had and other things, we can't continue to be rubber stamping situations here just because that's the politically correct thing to do and we're afraid of the ramifications. We have to have political courage, and if it takes us saying your budget is not going to get approved and you're going to have to figure out how you deal with that budget, then that's just what we're going to have to do. right? But the problem that we have is that we don't have the political will or courage to do that. And then the only people that suffer are our kids. So at some point, something has to give. And I don't know what that is, but I am going to look to you all to tell us, how can we reconcile with that tension? Because I can't keep going back to my constituents and saying, oh, it is what it is, maybe next year. No, because that's another decade, of, educational malpractice that I'm gonna have to feel responsible for. And even though I'm not the chair of education, I'm still, at the end of the day, I started a nonprofit organization. I went to BPS, I'm a BPS parent. I'm still very much engaged in this conversation. And I still have a responsibility of making sure that when I go back into the neighborhoods that I serve, that I can go back with saying, here's what we were able to get BPS on the record to deliver. And that's the level of commitment that I'm looking for. I'm looking for a long-term relationship here. I want some commitments, and I want to be able to go back to these streets and feel like I've done my job. But until we can get to that place, I just don't really think that we're in a position to say, yes, the budget is approved. I don't think so. And I'll wait till my next 2 or 3 rounds.
Councilor Murphy, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I love going after you, Councilwoman. It's great. Thank you all for being here. Several things. I'll start with, how many years do we need grace? Can we say we're new? Especially when, you hire a first-year teacher, their responsibilities are the exact same as a 30-year veteran teacher, right? So, and you were hired with wonderful experience and the ability, and the budget is there to support. So I do think we need to stop asking for grace or keep saying we're new, because our kids don't have that luxury. If your kindergarten year or your 3rd grade year doesn't go well, that could completely change your trajectory for life, right? So our kids deserve that, and the DESE report highlighted how special ed was, over 18 years of not providing effective special education. That would be a student on an IEP's entire time in BPS did not provide effective education. Your entire time in school. So as a parent, if you knew you had your student in a system that the data showed they were not teaching them effectively, you can't go back. You don't have the privilege to say, oh, let's start at the beginning. So I do think it ties also into the narrative, right, that our job, and we talked about this the last time we met, in many of the departments, you have an overwhelming job, right? Like the police, like our first responders, even the parks, and you're connecting with all the other needs of our families, but your job at the end of the day is to teach kids. And if we're focusing on the communication, I do believe in my heart that if we're focusing solely on academic outcomes and progress, the communication is going to fix itself. That the communication, if it's negative, is coming from discouraged, heartbroken families, students failing. I mean, yesterday we had a group of high school students who were very, very candid about their concerns around safety and their experience at high school. So I do think we need to stop using that excuse that if we just did a better job communicating. And as a former BPS teacher, a mom of student, a BPS student myself many years ago, when we have these conversations, oftentimes it's like, well, you're not highlighting the good things. Of course, there's amazing, wonderful, great things happening all the time. I'm hoping to get over to Charlestown High and see the Special Olympics, and amazing things are happening. But these conversations here with us have to be about how can we fix the things that are not working. So I do think going forward, we need to focus on what matters, and all of that will end up fixing itself. I do believe that. The UPK, special ed capacity, if we could touch on that, because I'm hearing from many families, and when they did speak at one of the hearings we had, I just want to make sure as we expand that opportunity for families that we're not setting ourselves up for failure, and that there are students who aren't receiving special ed services. or then get in a position where they're then not able to enroll in the school they want, because many aren't in a BPS building, so it's, if we could touch on that.
Sure, so I can talk about the programmatic piece. David, do you want to, or Jamie, talk about the enrollment side of the house? This is an area where I think you know, Counselor, there's been a bubble. Post-pandemic, we're just seeing a lot of students coming in at the 3-year-old age and needing to find seats. We've been working across the UPK to develop capacity in the UPK system, as well as for us as we consolidate classrooms, find additional space to be able to open K0 classrooms or to open K0, K1s. And that comes with it training of teachers, you know, making sure that they have access to PD, the curriculum, the materials, the classroom facility itself. So
And that all seems to be going well. It's when a child is identified, which we are legally required to then provide special ed services, that many are being told, well, there isn't a seat, or we just have to wait.
Right, that's the reason we're sort of trying to rapidly create that capacity, because it is a bubble and it is new, and we've seen it now last year, the year before slightly, last year for sure. This year is a little bit less, but still much larger than what we normally do. So, David?
Yes, so we are definitely seeing an increase in need in 3-year-olds continuing to grow. And so I would say there are two parts of that. First, we've built a lot of new capacity for next fall for seats for 3-year-olds inside BPS schools. And then in addition to that, we're working collaboratively with our community providers in the UPK program to understand what services we can embed inside community programs so that students who are in the program who are newly identified can stay in school and get their services as well. So we're doing sort of both things at the same time, and we have a lot of new resources coming online in this budget for FY25.
Okay, thank you. I'm just looking at my time. I have a couple more things. So I know you're shifting to more inclusive practices, but it's not new. I mean, many schools have been doing it well for decades in the system. So what do you feel your biggest pushbacks are? Is it coming from the union, teachers, parents not understanding the benefits of it?
I think it's, first of all, I think it's our obligation to explain to parents what it is and what it isn't, what their choices are in it. There's a new IP format from DESE, so I think it's kind of doing that conversion, as you know, from the coast level and other levels. It's also the mindset in our schools and the culture for inclusion to work well and be healthy for our students with disabilities. So there's a lot of that culture building that needs to happen. I think it's looking at best practice from schools that have been doing it and doing it well, to be able to say what are some of those things for schools that might be starting it for the first time or doing it at different grade levels. Certainly for us, it's on the hiring side, ensuring that we're hiring enough special education teachers, giving opportunities for general education teachers who want to further develop and get certifications, move into special education, or just deepen practice. So it's a little bit of all of that. I know you know as a former teacher, right, that it's going to be all of those things.
Okay. Thank you. 2 facilities. One, I just want to get on the record that I've been advocating for 589 days now for that ramp at English High. I mean, nothing's happened. It's 589 days. I really hope before the school year ends it's fixed. We don't need to wait for a community benefit from a condo that was built a few years ago. We have, I mean, the capital amount of money we have in BPS, but the 1.7 billion we have, and we can get that fixed. So if we can just talk offline on that, I'm really hoping that that happens. But is there, was there an email maybe recently sent, is there a shift in the relationship between BPS and our BCYF buildings and pools and them having to reapply for their own use of the buildings that you share? And how is that relationship?
Our relationship is great. I'll take that one if you don't mind. So our relationship with the community center is a great. Commissioner Rivera and I are meeting regularly, more so now that we're planning for summer. Our team has met the last 2 weeks, I would say about 10 times. We've sorted out all of our summer site placements, and everyone has a place to go, and those communications are happening. I
I'll
think the
just say
list
that
is
I've been
25.
hearing from people who are working in these buildings, and they're very concerned, so maybe we can talk offline more about that.
Happy to talk offline.
That'd be
I'm
great,
happy to
yeah.
invite Commissioner Rivera to join us.
That'd be great. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Flynn, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And good morning, Superintendent. It's good to be with you and your team.
Morning.
And I apologize for being late. I was in the south end at Villa Victoria, so I do apologize. I also advocated for that ramp with Council Murphy. I was told that it was going to be done, and this was 6 months ago. I don't need an explanation of what the issue is. The only thing I'm going to ask is, when is it going to get done? And let's get it done. I don't want to really engage in a conversation about it, but I do want it done. Students with disabilities have equal access to all spaces. It's a civil rights issue.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Councilor Flynn. I have an answer. So we actually were able to award the bid for that contract to be put out for replacing the accessibility on that ramp for English High this month. So the work will be done this summer.
And I would just add the time it takes to design and get those documents together and specifications together to do that takes a little time as well. Yep, and we have it to bid. Thank you.
Yeah, the students with disabilities is an issue that I've focused on and will continue to focus on, but they deserve the same level of respect and dignity as any other student. And when I do make a request, and I am told by BPS team that the request is being done, I do expect that it will be done. So I was kind of surprised that it wasn't done.
Yeah, it's in the planning. We share your concern, and we agree with you wholeheartedly, and we plan on taking care of it. Thank you for the advocacy.
Thank you. I was at a meeting yesterday, had the opportunity with Council Santana, with Council Murphy, to listen to some BPS high school students, and I have to be honest, I was surprised. We asked them what the biggest challenge, biggest issue was in this particular school, and almost all of them said public safety. They don't feel secure. They don't feel safe in this environment. And I was surprised because I didn't think it was that major of a concern for almost every student. Almost every student said it was the #1 problem in the school. So my question is, what are we doing with public safety issues in and around high schools? Access, they were saying that there's availability of knives and even guns in school on a routine basis. Is this something you're aware of?
Yeah, sure. So we talked about earlier today in the hearing, Counselor, that our student safety is a top priority for us, and we're really concerned about that, and we go above and beyond, we think, to make sure we engage students in a lot of ways to ensure their safeties. So we take it from a holistic approach, not only from physical assets, but
But
also...
Sam, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about kids walking into a school with knives and guns. What are we doing to prevent kids, high school kids, to walking into school with knives and guns? You're talking about a holistic approach. I'm talking about the availability of guns and knives in schools.
Sure, I was going to get to that, Counselor. So what I was going to say is the way we approach that is two different kind of ways. One, by making sure we have strong relationships with our kids to make sure we're discussing and having similar conversations and understanding what they want and what they need. by us making sure we have staff in schools to make sure we do those type of conversations and build those relationships with students and their families so that we can get ahead of some of those items. We also make sure we have programming available for students to make sure they're engaged in activities and are understanding the consequences of being involved in violence. We're working with our partners to do that as well. As far as the physical safety assets, we do have security cameras. We do have weapons detectors in our buildings as well. But those are just one small component of what we do. But the majority of ways we prevent that is from our relationships with our students and them having a relationship with trusted adults, our relationship with families. And we've been very successful at that over the years. We have had incidents where we do find weapons and guns in schools. And that, unfortunately, has happened. But we do rely on our students to come forward with information. And we work with our students once they are engaged in those behaviors and activities. We also try to make sure we have programming available to try to redirect some of those activities and make sure that they're having jobs. We have a lot of job programs that we try to offer just to get them engaged in other aspects. Mediation programs, our social workers are available to help our students. So we take a multifaceted approach to it.
Sam, you're downplaying my concerns, though. Let me repeat it again. The students are saying to me, to Councilor Murphy, to the Chair of Public Education, that they're walking into the school with knives and guns, and you're downplaying the significance of that statement. I'm not making it up. They were talking to us yesterday about it, and I'm asking you, what are we doing to prevent students from coming into high schools with knives and guns? And you're not answering my question, Sam, and it's frustrating. You're giving me BPS talking points. I'm talking about public safety for our students and for our teachers.
So I'm just gonna jump in. It'll be helpful afterwards. I don't, not publicly, but to know which school you attended. But what I will say, Councilor Flynn, is that we do have metal detectors, right, as a preventative in our high schools. Those are accompanied with, when necessary, bag search. We have also done quite a bit around camera installations, and we've done work on the door lockings. The difficulty with a knife, less so a gun, but the difficulty with knives is that they're easier to get into any building. And so this is where it can't just be the physical component of it. It has to be the working component of relationship with the students to identify, you know, from students, are they hearing things? Do they see something? Do they have a concern? To be honest with you, most of the time we do unearth a weapon, it's a student that tells us that. It does not usually walk through the front door of a metal detector. So it is a combination of things that we have to continue to work on. And I'm glad that you used the word public safety, because I think it is public safety. You know, our students, after they leave us, they're going to T-stops, they're going to malls, they're going to other places, and oftentimes the issues that are happening after school spill back into the schools, which is why we've worked so tightly with the city. We've worked with, Black Male Advancement. We've worked with BPD to make sure that T-stops, the malls, all those places, we're all working to make sure if students need additional support or are making poor decisions, we can work with them on the school side. So it is definitely making sure that whatever mitigations we have physically are working, they're there, they're being utilized. I think we have in the budget work to increase the camera pieces at the request of school leaders, specifically to make sure, and we use those cameras when kids go missing, for an intruder. There's lots of reasons that you'd use them. But then in addition to that, we have to make sure that the social, emotional, and relationship is intact with our kids and the culture's there for students to be able to come forward. But I would be happy and actually want to follow up with the three of you. I don't know which school it is, but I'm happy to have that conversation afterwards.
Thank you, Superintendent.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councilor Fitzgerald, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the panel for coming. Nice to see you all. Let's start. First of all, thank you, Superintendent. We did a tour of the Mather School a couple of weeks ago. It was a great tour. I learned a lot. Hub School, and what the Hub coordinators do, and the resources that they bring to the school. and it's great that if every school could have that in the future, but I understand that that's a process. One thing I will ask coming out of that tour with you is, in the immediate environment around the school as well, there's a lot of development occurring, and we've sort of talked about the drop-off pickup situation in the back of the Mather on High Street and Church Street, and it is. My son went there for 2 weeks before he was on the waiting list at the school he's at now. But so I also have participated in that drop-off, so can speak to it. And with added development and added people coming there, I'm hoping BPS could partner with me in advocating BTD to do a traffic study of the surrounding area. I think your support would lend a lot of weight into getting it done, and I know it's something that it would benefit both the school and the residents around it, especially with the amount of units incoming that will only add to what is already a stressful situation.
No, happy to do that. I think as we talked, BTD does a great job with us when we call out areas that are hotspots to be able to look at that to say what are mitigations we might be able to put in. And, with people driving and especially driving distracted, it's all the more reason to make sure we've got all the proper mitigations in place.
Yeah, and to that, and this has happened around some non-BPS schools as well, but I think it applies to really all schools across the city, is some sort of high-level standard of what the signage, traffic calming measures are around each school. I don't know if they exist now, and maybe BPS has their own, but even for every school, because it needs every bell and whistle that we can put around each school across the entire city, right, to make sure. And if there was some sort of, stature to that of what everyone follows, then people would start to recognize when they are in those school systems. Is what's happening there.
Yeah, appreciate that. And I just want to publicly thank my colleagues at BTD. They do work with us over the years to help improve our signage in our areas, and actually work closely with us about a year and a half ago to at least put the signs that are up there now over at Mather, and they're happy to come back and work with us and support us as we go forward. So happy to reconnect with you on that as well. They have committed to every year making sure our crosswalks and flashers and signers are all up to date and new as we open the school year. So if there's particular spaces in schools you have in mind, happy to work with you on kind of where we target that are more pressing needs. But overall, the BTD is committed to working with us on all of our signages and crosswalks in all of our schools.
That's great. And if I can help in any way in advocating for the standard of what that is to look like, and uniform across the city to make sure, I think it would be helpful. I'm happy to help in any way. So thank you. So now I have some general questions, right, where this is where I'm going to ask you guys to educate me as, my oldest is only in first grade at BPS, and so I've still got a long way to go and to learn about what the future holds. The new facilities that we plan on in building new schools. I know it has taken a long time to even get that first school. Was it Boston Arts Academy was the first one out of the gate in a long time, right? And I know I saw in the chart that there are some others that are in the build. So what is the typical holdup of, right? Because I know we'd love to see either new schools or refurbished schools or expand some of the schools that are working better and saying, how can we have more kids in this school, right, and add to those facilities? What is the typical timeline of saying, why couldn't we be advocating for more new schools right now? And I understand money's an issue, and maybe you guys could just explain to me how that process works and why it takes so long to even build a new school or redo a current school. Del, I don't know if maybe you want to speak to that. And how are you?
Hi, how are you?
Good.
I think there's different buckets here. I do think that one, the capital budget, right, and how much of the capital budget is allocated to schools. I think that we've seen an unprecedented amount in the capital budget that was allocated to schools the past couple of cycles. So there was a lot more schools that, the list shows, the 11 capital projects that were announced, and some of them are in the building stages. Some of them were going to be online next school year, which is really exciting, and some of them are sort of in the programming and design phases. I do think another bucket of that, just as a district, I think that sort of the tools in selecting like which schools, like equitably selecting, like which schools should like get like renovated or built, et cetera. And in the past, we've went through the MSBA process to build our schools. Now it's like both the MSBA process and the commitment through the capital budget. I do think that we also have like the tools, right, through the FCA with our facilities team, and also the long-term facilities plan to like equitably like look at our ecosystem of schools and have ways now on like prioritizing and not just like the loudest voices in the room or school communities that can really advocate for themselves. And I think that speaks to like what the superintendent was speaking about earlier. It's like, in order for us to move faster, right? Like we had to build like some systems and structures in places, and this is what she was talking about, sort of like on the academic, in the academic space, right? Before we name like school closures, like we need high quality seats in buildings that can support our students.
Thank you. I'm sorry, only in the interest of time.
Yeah, I was just going to say, in addition to that, I think there's basically kind of for new builds, right, or major renos, there's obviously if we support it financially, but then there's also MSBA, which I think you'll see there's a number that are in queue with MSBA or coming out of. MSBA covers the state, so, you know, for us to have 3 or 4 projects in there, that's great, right? That is not something we've always taken advantage of. And I think now since Arts Academy, we're really feeding them kind of like a steady stream, and we'll continue to. Great. The MSBA is around a 7-year from initial to find, depending on like how big and if finding the location. Our own new builds can be more rapid than that, but we're not getting the reimbursement from the state, so they cost a whole lot more.
Money. Understood. Thank you for that. The 7-year time frame is a good understanding. I appreciate that. I'm also thinking about if we're trying to invest and expand the schools that we feel are better, well, we're also trying to close some. We of course don't want like a net zero, right? Like the enrollment's still an issue, so it's not like, hey, let's add seats here, close this school, and we've still got the same problem. So just wondering how does that work in trying to, if we're doing a new build and get the right classroom environment or expand on the good ones, but close some schools at the same time? How do we make sure it's not net zero, but we're actually hitting the mark of what we need to hit for enrollment?
I think so. One of the things my team partners closely with Dell's team on is looking at capacity needs throughout a given neighborhood, and so. An example of comments Del made last night when we're thinking about the future use of the Frederick building, right? And how one of the options potentially could be that multiple schools merge together into one larger building. Yeah. So that is sort of one of the options that you could see there. Another option is what the superintendent went through at Tech Boston, where you sort of allow a program that's being more successful to sort of absorb another school. It's actually a bit of what happened at Ruth Batson Academy in its origin, right? And so you can end up consolidating school communities into that. The other thing that can happen, right, is when you do a more traditional school closure, right, they can then sort of, if one school closes, it can then fill in that capacity. So you're not ending up net zero. But I think a lot of the work is going to be more in those merging school communities together into the sites, and that's what our team's working collaboratively with Dell's team on, is to understand sort of what is the capacity we need in the neighborhood, and then what are the facilities we're going to build or create.
And I appreciate it. I was just trying to find the balance of right, creating the seats for the schools that are closing or merging that you can then transfer the kids to to make sure that they have some place to go while the school is either closed or being worked on.
Swing space, yeah.
But also, doing the swing space while also trying to make sure that the advancement of the enrollment, construction, and everything at all levels out.
Last night, in your presentation, there's a list of buildings that right now are underutilized, and that could be there's space, and space is being designed to add things in. Some are swing space, some are coming offline because like Boston, like for instance, Quincy Upper is moving into their new building. We need to get into those buildings to figure out what their capacity is, what do they need in order to have additional high-quality seats.
Great. I think my time is up, but thank you very much, Bill. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And thank you again to BPS and Superintendent and the whole team for being responsive and being collaborative throughout this budget process and showing up to the council earlier than usual. So I just want to thank you for that. And then also submitting the questions back in a very robust way. A lot of information that you guys shared with us. So I just want to say thank you on record for all your work throughout this process during this cycle. And I'm looking forward to the continued collaboration with BPS this year and also in years to come. One of my questions is just one of the clarifying questions. You gave percentage, it was like 25 and 32%. I can't remember what those numbers were for.
Oh, the 25, and we'll get you the exact, but I'm pretty sure I'm in the ballpark. 25%, it varies a little bit, but about 25% of our students have an IEP.
Okay.
Or 504.
And then the 32% was?
And the 32% are multilingual learners.
Okay, and that's our target for every?
Well, that's the district average. So
Okay.
if you have a bunch of schools serving under the district average, that means the other schools have to serve above it.
Got it.
And what we're trying to do is really through choice and quality be able to give kids, students who are have an IEP or are multilingual learners, the ability to access all schools, right, that are high quality.
Awesome, thank you for that. And I know some schools, whether it's because of status or designation, have more autonomy than others. But going forward in your new vision for Boston Public Schools, how are we viewing autonomy for the future?
Sure. So I'm a firm believer in autonomy, and I never say autonomy without accountability. They got to go hand in hand. I think we have some of the best national, right, autonomous schools. And we have roughly about 30 of them. I think it's like 30 or 29. And they are pre-K to 12. We work, there's particularly areas the autonomous schools have autonomy over. But in terms of the work that we're doing around equitable literacy, around inclusive education, the big district initiatives to bring quality up, they're participating fully in all of that. And that's what we would want, right? I think where we have growth in the BPS is to actually take some of the best practice that's happened in the autonomous schools and make sure all schools can access that. That's been something we just have never done. And autonomy over here, without actually being for the purpose of making things better and easier across the district, just kind of keeps it over here. So that's going to be part of the work. We now have an assistant superintendent who is working very hard on this with the governing boards in these schools. There's all different types of autonomous schools. There's Horace Mann's that are with the state, all the way to the original pilot schools that existed, back from the 1970s and 80s.
And is every new school going to be a hub school, or what's the vision for a hub school?
Yeah, so I'd actually love for Dr. McIntyre to just have a moment to talk about a hub for a second, because I think it is something that everyone's interested in, and it is definitely something we see as a real priority in the district to expand them, but also in the case of mergers, consolidations, closures, they can be a really powerful tool to help a new community kind of come together.
And Dr. McIntyre, always a pleasure. You are a legend in the city of Boston. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for that, and I am pleased to be in front of all of you and continue to work collaboratively for the district, for our students, and for our families. So hub schools aren't really new. They're new to us because we're systematizing them as an equity-based strategy to help close the gap and support students that have low wealth, students that are multilingual learners, students with disabilities, and Black and brown students. We are engaging this model as an effort to help give them the opportunity to high quality learning in every school. So is every school a hub school? Not yet. Is the goal to create a district comprised of hub schools? Absolutely. To date, we have 14 hub schools. And the hub schools that exist today exists because of a need. And that need is relative to zip code, that need is relative to socioeconomic understanding, sociocultural. And so the Grove Hall work that I started some time ago, I began to build this alliance out of pure need. And I was doing it independently, and the districts noticed that it made a difference and decided, oh, let's do the Grove Hall area as representative of the hub school movement as we were trying to build this strategy. So they were already on the way. And then we looked at our dual language community because it was a new community that we were fostering and knew that they needed more than we were offering in other situations. So being hub makes schools the center of a democracy. And democracies do not run without the constituents that surround them. And those constituents consist of universities, nonprofits, CBOs, partners. And so we began to think how schools can perform so much better to meet the needs of students and families when they're in partnership with community. And that's really the fundamental understanding of hub schools. They're designed not only to meet the physical or socio-emotional needs, but the academic needs as well. And so a typical hub school will have a hub coordinator that is funded centrally. And that coordinator will work in tandem with the school community as well as the local neighborhood or the landscape to develop what they need to serve their students and their families optimally. There's several strategies that we focus on that provide the infrastructure for this work. And those strategies, although sounding very basic, are sometimes lost in deep cognition. And one strategy is connecting communities to classroom. So you take programs that are nonprofit like Build or 826 Boston or any other one you can think of, and you say, how do our students benefit from learning that? And what is our responsibility to make that available to them? Particularly when you're talking about things like financial literacy that we often leave out of the content. And so that's one opportunity. Another opportunity is to not miss out on engagement, but to focus our work particularly on those students and those families that we are serving, and serve them in a way that meets their needs and makes them feel as if they belong, which is another strategy, safety and a sense of belonging. And how we do that is by making sure each individual child or family is recognized as who they are and what they need, and that recognition is entrenched in cultural relevance and linguistic relevance so that everybody feels like they belong. So we do wonderful things with our students and families. We meet in the evenings and we have literacy night, and we teach parents about equitable literacy. So it's not just something we're handing to their children, but it's something that we're bringing into the home. And then we go partner with a bookstore that is entrenched in culture and send books home to those students and families so they can continue that literature, that reading at home. And so those are some of the strategies that most people can take for granted. Other schools do them as process and protocol, but we recognize them as fundamental opportunities that we must not miss if we are to close the gap and raise our children to have the unfettered access and opportunities that we promise them in this public education. So I can answer more questions for you if you like.
Well, we'll come back around because my time is up. I want to be respectful for the clock, but thank you for the explanation. And I know you shouted out Build, and I was able to visit one of the the classes at Build at the Burke. They do great work. And then I've been studying all your work through the Grove Hall Alliance. So
Yes.
amazing work from there, and you continue to do amazing things for the city.
The last thing we are doing is offering our mergers this opportunity to become hub. And I'll say this very quickly because it is very important. Having been in the process of having schools moving in and out of a building that I was serving as leader for transformation, I know that that work is hard, it's daunting. And so placing a hub coordinator as the mediator to build the bridge and the consensus and the opportunity to bring students and families together as one that were once united or divided as two is essential. So that work doesn't fall on the school leader alone or doesn't go unnoticed by the community. So every merger that we push forward will have the benefit and the opportunity to engage a hub coordinator that's centrally funded but works for the school, the families, the students, and the communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll move on to public testimony. When your name is called, please come down to one of the two podiums and state your name, neighborhood, and/or organization affiliation. Please speak into the microphone, and please keep your comments to 3 minutes. Sarah?
Sorry, I have to go, but I sent it by...
Oh, you have to leave? Okay. We'll go to virtual testimony. Cheryl?
Good afternoon. My name is Cheryl Buckman. I'm a parent to a fifth grade student at the Dever in Dorchester. I'm also a member of FAMCOSA, which is BPS, Families for COVID Safety. I'm a long life resident of South Boston. I'm here because I'm deeply invested in our well-being of our students in their right to a high-quality education. As you know, the school my son attends, the Dever, went to receivership in 2014, as the community rallied for it not to go into. The Dever then lost 15% of its Latina teachers in a state-of-the-art dual language program. And now with the budget expected to be cut, the Dever is expected to lose even more. 10% of its full-time teachers and staff in an SEI program. Do the parents at the Dever even have a say in what happens at their school? According to DESE's own record, ELs at the Dever in grades 3 through 6 outperform compared to other BPS schools and statewide in math and ELA. Haven't our children and educators suffered enough in this process? Why do we continue to play tug of war? Why can't BPS stand up and show a little bit more backbone? Shouldn't we be investing in our children's future by adding teachers, programs like an inclusion program done correctly, mental health services, fully staffed libraries, and better pay for our teachers? Our children are our tomorrow's future and beyond. Without proper materials, teachers, or places to learn, how do they spread their wings and thrive? Cutting the budget and closing buildings is a major insult and blow to our educators, who have been our superheroes for our children during and after this historic pandemic. This is how we repay them, by telling them they can lose their jobs. This is how we repay our children, by telling them they can lose the programs they have this year and will not have next. Hasn't a school like the Dever suffered enough? I ask you, as a parent, to please reconsider the choices you are making, because the wrong one will impact our children for many years to come. I close with words from my 11-year-old. I love going to school and seeing all my friends and teachers. I don't want to see a day where my school closes and we are all separated. Thank you.
Thank you. John?
Can you hear me, Chair?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to very briefly some provocative comments on three different areas, if that's possible, and I'll try to be short. First, on community engagement. The community engagement is essential for BPS in building trust. But my sense of how BPS is proceeding is very limited concept and perhaps the wrong approach to community engagement. They seem to be focusing just on the implementation of policies that have already been decided and not on the participation of the parents and communities in the planning of those projects. The approach in the meetings that I saw last week is to inform the community of decisions that have been made for the schools. They are not asking for community participation in developing the plans, only in their implementation. It's hard to believe that this will be successful. I think it will, frankly, increase cynicism and mistrust in the community. And I would urge the City Council to make clear that it will not approve budgetary capital proposals unless they receive information that genuine community engagement has taken place. Second point. We are told, and I think it's correct, that there's a need for high-quality seats for all children in the schools. But at the last minute in the inclusion plan, BPS added multilingual learners. As some of you may know, I, along with 8 other members of the ELL task force, felt that the way that Boston was approaching the inclusion of English learners by assigning them essentially into general education with ESL support was not going to be successful. Frankly, it is an approach that has failed in BPS over the past years. There is some talk, which I find good and heartening, about bilingual education, but that is a relatively small number of children compared to the number that have been and are planned to be assigned into general education. And I would encourage that either this committee or other committees of the City Council, like Education or Accountability, hold hearings in the fall to see, once the MCAS results are in and once the access scores on learning English are in, to hold a hearing and see whether the approaches that are being used as a model for multilingual student inclusion are successful, and then base decisions on going ahead with those programs on the basis of the evidence. Finally, I was very encouraged by the emphasis on the bilingual education staff and the need to expand bilingual teachers. And sadly, over the past, there has been very little progress in diversity of the teaching staff. It is focused primarily on racial ethnic diversity. I have suggested for years, and I think some people share it, that there should be a requirement and goal around language diversity. And I would encourage the City Council to ask that BPS provide reports not only on the racial ethnic diversity of teachers, but on the language diversity of those teachers, so that we can begin to see that there is a match between the language of the teachers and the language of the students in the schools. Thank you very much for hearing me. I'd be happy to follow up individually or collectively with any of you as appropriate and as you would like. Thank you again, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Suleika?
Thank you very much for hearing me today. My name is Zuleika Soto. I'm a BPS parent and a graduate of, I always say Dorchester High, but we did face the small schools initiative when schools were split up. So I ended up graduating from Noonan Business Academy. I am here to address the present issues surrounding the facilities meant to be used for our students, families, and community members in the South End where I live, and it crosses many districts. I think I live on Fitzgerald's district. The schools that I'm talking about are in the Flynn's district, and some of us might cross Tanya Fernandez district. So the South End where I live, home to the Melvin H. King South End Academy, formerly known as the McKinley Schools and Blackstone Elementary, is facing significant access challenges to the high-quality student experience that BPS talks about, and it needs immediate attention. Our South End Public Library has been closed since April of 2022. This closure has left a void in our community, depriving students and families of a vital space for learning and engagement. This is especially problematic given that the MHK, Melvin H. King Academy, does not have a library. And the library at the Blackstone Elementary, which is floating in a hallway, is situated with no walls or doors, making it anything but quiet and conducive to learning. The neighborhood library is closed and the school libraries are inadequate, leaving our children without essential educational resources. Additionally, while the Blackstone BCYF is open, the pool remains closed at Flynn. I know this is close to you. This pool is a crucial resource for recreation and physical education for youth and families in the South End schools and neighborhood. The community center is located in the middle of 4 housing projects: Cathedral, Villa Victoria, which you talked about, Mr. Flynn, Castle Square, and Lenox, which might be part of Fernandez's district. Its closure has left a significant gap in services for our low-income Black and Latino students and their families who rely on it for swimming lessons and recreational activities. There are many Black and Latino families living in the South End. The importance of pool access cannot be overstated. Mayor Wu has before stated, and she knows that 1/4 of Black parents and 1/3 of Latino parents in the United States have never learned to swim, compared to just 1 in 25 parents, white parents, who did not learn to swim. This is passed through generations, and today less than half of Black and Latino children receive swimming lessons, compared to 75 of white children. I would just say my oldest daughter learned how to swim, and she's a great swimmer at the Blackstone BCYF Community Center and Pool when she was at the Blackstone. My youngest daughter, who also graduated from the Blackstone, was not able to access it because of budget and other things. The lack of access to the community center pool creates more disparity, denying our children a vital life skill and recreational activity. BPS and the city need to fast track the repairs to reopen in the South End Library and the Blackstone BCYF pool, as well as start planning and programming design for renovations at the Blackstone Elementary and the Melvin H. King South End Academy. They were both given, right? The Blackstone was given $20 million in this year's budget, which is almost over. Fiscal year 24 capital budget, and the MHK was given $20.3 million. What has happened? Nothing has been spent. What is the update to that community? It is particularly frustrating, right? Consider that this money has been given, and the children who attend these schools and live in the neighborhood, mostly low-income special ed and multilingual learners, Black and Latino students, they're all segregated within the Blackstone and the MHK within the South End, cannot afford to keep being pushed back to the back burner. You will hear today, well, you probably heard about MHK being in the 11 projects that are underway
However, what happened to the Blackstone? Why is there no update on that? BPS claims to want every student to have a high-quality educational experience, but when will we see this become a reality for Black and brown students and neighborhood kids that live in the South End instead of empty promises? What is the big picture of the piecemeal approach? Like, how does MHK, Blackstone, the BCYF pool, the library, and all of this fit into the bigger puzzle? Mel H. King once said, "It seems to me there's a gap in our culture. It has to do with access to tools and resources that allow you to move up educationally and economically. The Black and brown children that attend in school and live in the South End deserve equitable access to function in schools, libraries, recreational facilities, including pools and community centers. They deserve to have their educational and developmental needs prioritized. When will these facilities be available and functional for our students and community members, Black and brown, low income, not, the usual South End residents that you may listen to? There's many Black and brown families in the South End. Our school communities and neighborhoods deserve involvement, transparency, commitment, and real action. Where is the long-term facilities plan? Thank you very much. I really appreciate it, and I would love for the council members to ask about the Blackstone. Why is that not part of the 11 projects that are being worked on? Blackstone community members, including parents, have been very active. I myself, since we advocated for $5 million for walls and doors that was promised back in 2019. What is going on? A principal just got appointed, not even picked by the community from the Murphy School, I believe it is. How is this happening? Where is the community engagement? My children do not attend the Blackstone, but they did for 10 years. And again, I'm a Southside resident.
Thank you. Thank you, Suleika.
Thank you. I'm sorry. And thank you. I appreciate y'all hearing me. City Council, BSC would have cut me off. Thank you.
Ruby? Ruby, the floor is yours. Ruby, are you there?
Yes. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Good afternoon. My name is Ruby Reyes. I'm the Executive Director of the Boston Education Justice Alliance and a Dorchester resident. According to data collected by the Green New Deal Build BPS Stakeholders Group, it showed that there are 46 schools that don't fit the feasible model as defined by BPS, and they serve over 9,000 students, the vast majority of whom are Black and Latino. Of the 46 schools that don't fit a feasible model, according to BPS, 11 have utilization percentages of between 36 and 85. Of these 46 schools, all have overall facility scores under 50 out of 100, and 19 have no capital project plan for 24 to 28. Of the 46 schools, a disproportionate number are in Roxbury, East Boston, Dorchester, and Hyde Park, areas with higher numbers of families and school-aged children. Since 2018, the Build BPS Green New Deal Stakeholders Coalition has demanded that BPS release a full, long-term plan for facilities in the district, complete with specific building plans. We've asked that you implement the racial equity planning tool with fidelity to determine if plans are equitable by race, socioeconomic status, neighborhood, disability, and linguistic group, and share that analysis publicly. The group reiterates these demands and adds that prior to the merging or closing of a school, BPS must have a new, modern facility ready for students in the affected area. This process does not and has not adhered to the steps for community engagement outlined in the racial equity planning tool. The tool asks questions such as, How will the proposal address racism and close opportunity gaps? How have Black, Latinx, EL, special ed, and economically disadvantaged students, families, and staff, and other key internal and external stakeholders been engaged in considering and shaping the proposal? Is the plan realistic and adequately resourced? How will we ensure accountability, including evaluating and communicating results? Mayor Wu and Superintendent Skipper's staff have been clear that their version of community engagement and the equity tool is to inform school communities how their flawed leadership will manage a closure, merger, or reconfiguration. They do not have the experience to carry out these building decisions without perpetuating racism. They have shown that over and over again. The BPS staff here have talked about renovated and school building projects that parents, students, and educators have fought to save and are now being touted as accomplishments for the district. The Horace Mann Parent Council had to fight to stay open. The McCormick and BCLA school communities had to show school committee members that the building renovations promised for their merger did not happen, after the McCormick school community had to create a merger plan for themselves. The Madison Park renovation was designed through extensive community engagement from the community, not BPS. The O'Brien School is being left out as punishment for advocating for their school. The Shaw-Taylor merger still doesn't have designated locations, and the McKinley and Blackstone promises are in project proposal design rather than with shovels in the ground for the building work. The West End Early Learning Center is slated to be closed. Mayor Wu has touted early learning as a priority, but this is being closed. School committee member Brandon Cardette Hernandez said at the May 9th meeting, there are certain families in the system who will not be impacted in all of this, mine included. My kid goes to a tier 1 school, it's not going to be closed. There is a lot of damage that we can do without a clear plan. This is what this plan continues to do: perpetuate racism and support school communities that are not going to be impacted at all. We're asking that the racial equity planning tool be shared with how these decisions were made, not just with the council, but with school communities. Thank you very much and have a good day.
Thank you. Just want to thank everyone who showed up to give public testimony. Thank you for your advocacy. I greatly appreciate it. Now I'll go back to my council colleagues for a second round of questions, starting with Council Braden. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I had a few questions. Just thinking about federal grants, Title I, we are required to have uniform guidance. There's uniform guidance for reporting on, and this goes back to my questions that I've been raising about the need for a chief audit executive in the school department. I know there's all sorts of back and forward about whether that's necessary or not, but the federal grants Title I reporting on the uniform guidance standard, the most recent reports we have are from 2022, and we're finding that internal control and compliance over payroll, material weakness, internal control over reporting a significant deficiency, internal control and compliance over annual report card, high school graduation rates, material weakness, and that's a repeated theme over several years, going back, 2019, 2020, 2021, 22. And I'm just, really, I do this with the emergency management, looking at Age Strong. These federal grants, the standard of uniform guidance, we want to make sure that we're keeping up a high standard of accountability and transparency in those spaces. I'm really impressed with the fact that you managed to get $17 million of savings in central office. And I'm also curious as to how you managed to do that when your full-time equivalents for 21 to 24 went up by 127 full-time equivalents? Like, how can you save so much money when you have such dramatic increases in your staff full-time equivalents? And I do hope that we're not getting those savings out of cutting contracts with programs and outside programs and supports that are directed at supporting the classroom and in the field. And then the other thing is just to think about, I'd really like, this is one for Mr. Ford. You mentioned that we have a facility status for all schools. I'd really like to get a report on the facility status of all the schools in Alston Brighton and District 9, and you know, including the school experience score, just to get a sense of where we're at with all of that. And then I know I looked at you know, just capital investment in the District 9 schools. It looks like this year the only thing that's really going to get done is improvements like water fountains and water. I'd really, you know, one thing that I want to flag up is at the Winship School, we got CPA money back in 4 years ago, $550,000 from CPA for a new playground. It was supposed to be done last year, and now it's on the capital line. It's on the list for this year, but the cost has increased to over $1 million. So it's sort of tripled in cost in the time that it hasn't been done. So I hope it gets done this year, because it is a school that doesn't even have any outside play space apart from the playground, and it's nice to do it during the summer when the students aren't there. I would love to get some. You mentioned after-school programs in schools. I really love to get a better understanding of what after-school programs we have in the schools for Alston Brighton. And then one thing that we had in our request for information was a breakdown on spending on outside consultants, lawyers and accountants, and that we were told that that would be available today. So I don't know if you have that, David.
Yeah, so I'm working on getting you the full breakdown of that. One of the issues is those categories aren't automatically coded, so we're going through and coding every expense. Mm-hmm. Outside counsel, I believe the number was about $2 million. But the consultants one is a little bit harder to aggregate, because we're trying to separate the people who are consultants in the sense you mean from the people who are sort of special education consultants working directly on kids and families. So it's just taking us a little longer than expected to separate those out. And the accountants is very minimal. We don't. You have a robust accounting. Yeah. I will say I am very optimistic that we're going to be clearing a majority of those findings in our FY23 Title I audit, which is underway. Mm-hmm. Is it going to be perfect? I'm not 100% sure on that, but I do know at least one of those issues we've completely resolved, and the second one I'm hopeful we're going to remove from the audit as well. I appreciate your continued focus on this, and know it's something that
and you're not the only department I'm going after on this one.
No, and I appreciate it, and there aren't very many people who spend as much time thinking about it as me, so I'm always glad to meet another one.
Then also, Brighton High School, I'm really, I'm a big cheerleader for Brighton High School. I think it's making really incredible strides, and thank you for your support. There's some really exciting things happening over there. One thing on my outstanding list is the roof garden. I know that it needs to have, some accessibility is an issue. It's a particularly important piece. As you mentioned, we have a lot of students who are special needs English language learners. It's the majority, a good lot of the, we're talking, it's something we can help support those students with, because they have horticultural programs and lots of opportunities for outdoor learning and things. So I would say, getting that roof garden, it just keeps getting kicked down the road, and it's been years at this stage. I think we've been talking about it for 4 years. I'd really like to see that move ahead in a timely fashion, so that all of these students who have these special needs, this is a great program. It's really going to be helpful. And then the other issue was the auditorium. in terms of gathering a student body and being able to, and now that the school is also going to be a community centre, we'd really like to prioritise. We got $1 million to help upgrade the high school in ARPA funds to make it ready for the arrival of the BCYF community centre. So the theatre space is really important because it doubles up as a community space, and it's we're going to have we're going to have a world-class theatre down the street at the ART down in Alston. It's a mile away. I could see lots of potential there for developing programs for young people to get into lighting and sound and theatre arts and whatever not else. So I'm delighted that the locker rooms got finished eventually. Like, it's been, 5 years in the plan. I'm very pleased with the repointing of the building envelope over at the Baldwin. And then we got a new heating system in the Mary Lyon High School several years ago through to MSBA. So, I really want to keep... One of my issues with the capital plan generally for the city is that Alston Brighton is left in the dark. Like, we're way, way behind other districts. And I would be remiss in my responsibilities as an advocate for my district if I wasn't pushing these concerns. And making sure that our students in our schools and in our neighbourhood are getting, that we're just keeping up with keeping our buildings, especially in the sense that if the Green Academy is going to be moving, we want to make sure that the Brighton High School and the other schools are up to speed. I also would love to see some consideration given to making the Edison a hub school. And again, it needs a little love in terms of facilities. I don't know when the last time we spent any money on improvements to the plant and facilities at the Edison. The Edison. Okay. I'm overcome with emotion. I'll have to stop talking. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you all.
I just want to say we noted all of those, and Dell is actually going to Brighton High next week to do a walkthrough around some potential of some capital things.
Yeah, really appreciate that. Sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Weber, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Just a short comment at the beginning. In terms of like transparency, and we're talking about that stuff. I do feel like what happened yesterday is sort of a pattern. Just in the last few months, we were people in tier 8 going to exam schools were told they're going to have 10 points for the exam, and all of a sudden they had 2. We were told for months that there was going to be this long-term facilities plan, and leading up to yesterday, and then so now we're told, well, it's the long-term facilities plan is still kind of coming, and we're going to take our time. So I do feel like following through, staying consistent is something that BPS needs to do a better job of, and so I do a little bit feel like I'm dealing with the sort of a hypothetical bad developer who draws up plans and then does something different, and builds a different structure, and everyone's upset. So, I do feel like that, not hearing what we thought we were going to hear about yesterday is concerning, because we don't know what we're going to get from BPS, and so, it's something that I'd like to see. I think you can do a better job. And I think most people in the community are not in these community meetings. I think the average resident is not engaged in that. They're looking at just what BPS is doing, and what they see is sometimes saying one thing and doing another, and I think that needs to be worked on. Okay, so we're talking about if we voted down the budget of this 130, you'd go into this monthly or periodic renewal. How, if at all, how would that impact the state receiver? If we voted on that, would that impact?
I have no idea. I'll just be honest. I think CFO Bloom was being generous in saying like we would figure something out. It's not happened, so I think given everything we're doing right now, to have that extra complication, I can see it being extremely disruptive to the work we're doing. I honestly don't know how the state would interpret it. No idea.
Okay, yeah, no, I'm on record as being against state receivership, and so I do not want to see that happen. I don't think that's good for our students and our families. So it's something to consider. Okay, and then we were talking about sort of evaluating how BPS is doing. You know, there's a lot of numbers. We're looking at MAP tests. We're looking at number of students served. And it's not easy. And I do a lot of defending of BPS in terms of, well, you know, our MCAS scores aren't like they are in Wellesley or something, but you know, they don't deal with the same issues. They don't have as high a percentage of English language learners and recent arrivals and all these other things. We've got, according to the data, more than 5,000 BPS kids experienced homelessness in the last year. So what data should we be looking at to see if we're improving?
Yeah, so I think first of all, it's our own data, right? Like, our competition is us to get better and better at everything we do. I think relative, it's looking at the counterparts in the of big districts in the Council of Great City Schools. I think at a local level, at the state level, it's looking at, you know, many of our, you know, it's the urban network, which is the gateway cities, you know, the Worcesters, the Springfields, those. And by those margins, we're actually doing pretty well.
Well, no, I just mean specific, you know, help me when I look at all the charts and, you know, what 5 years from now, what are some of the metrics that I should be looking at?
I think we have lots of benchmarking and metrics, right, that we follow. I think when it comes to inclusive education, it's a combination of like how many students are being included for what portions of the day, how that is allowing them to meet their IEP goals and making progress, right? That's going to be a whole set of measures there. I think when it comes to bilingual education, you know, and access to native language, it's going to be everything from the student outcome pieces to that, to what programs we've been able to develop out and the quality of those programs, to the number of staff that we've been able to hire who are diverse in race, culture, language to support them. I think each area of the BPS, transportation, we have a whole set of markers that we report to the state. Any of the 8 SIP areas, we have particular metrics we follow. So, you know, we're making progress in all of those big areas, including the academics. We've always been in the lowest 5 percentile of the state. We're now almost at the 20th percentile. Like, our achievement pieces are moving. That's not like a source of pride right now, right? Like, at least for me when I hear that, but I think it's one of those things we compete against ourselves to make sure that at every single place we're making that continual improvement. If we have that attitude and our schools have that attitude all together as one district, we're going to become a better district to be the district that parents want.
Okay, yeah, thank you. And one thing, I mean, I think Councilor Mejia asked about this, and the data provided was for how many BPS students complete college. And I think it was at 52% in the data. I mean, that's something I think we need to improve on.
Absolutely. We've been in part of Success Boston. Back when I was here initially, we were at 35 percentile for completion of college. That number's gone up. Nationally, it's gone down because of the pandemic. So we actually saw less of a drop than most other places. But, you know, for us, we have a target in that area of 65%, right? Because we also know that a lot of students go on to career only, so.
Oh, yeah, okay, my time's limited. What is BPS doing to improve the quality of air in the schools? What in the Green New Deal are we doing to ventilation specifically?
Brian, can you take that one?
Yep.
Good afternoon, Councilor. So in order to improve the air quality in buildings, we've spent a lot of money. We've got an IVAQ grant that we have been working through the design process to improve on 10 schools that do not have any version of ventilation in them. In addition to that, we've made sure that we have operable windows in all the buildings, as well as heat, and as well as making sure that we have air purifiers in the buildings, 6 air changes or more per hour to make sure the ventilation rates in each one of our buildings is acceptable. In addition to that, we're using a lot of our capital funding in order to improve upon the infrastructure that hasn't been changed in about 40 years to make sure the remaining useful life of the equipment that exists is able to be constantly refreshed on hopefully an annual basis if we're able to continue to get that funding across the entire district.
And I would just also add that we've been nationally recognized for our work around green movements, including air quality.
Okay, just follow up. Sorry, Chair. Just have you? We had a presentation from others out front on classroom-built air filtration systems that seem like a good. Have you looked at that, and what's the? Have you had made any plans to use their model?
Yeah, absolutely. So I actually met with Mothers Out Front, I would say it was last month. We looked at their plan. We looked at exactly what their air fresh rates are able to get. We looked at how efficient they were. We haven't decided whether we are or are not going to use them because we're not sure if it beats our metric on the air quality standards in certain rooms just yet.
Okay, thanks. I hope you continue to look at it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Council Weber. And I just wanted to follow up. As you know, I'm a big advocate for a cradle to career pipeline and just making sure that we're tracking that data. I do agree with Council Weber. We have to make sure that our kids are able or prepared for college and career readiness. And I know you said you had a target college graduation rate at 65%, but you also acknowledge that some of our students go right to the career. Like what is the target career salary that we're hoping that our students are achieving if they're going directly into a career, knowing that college opens up so many
Right. So the way I would answer that, because it's a pretty interesting question. The way I'd answer it is depends on the industry they're going into.
Right.
What we want is for our students to be able to go into the industry that they want to, get to have the skills and be able to enter it so that they can rapidly get to the middle kinds of jobs in that industry from an affordability standpoint to be able to live in the city or to live in wherever they want. Most of the time in the career work, we've kind of geared kids toward entry-level positions. And the problem with that is they have ceilings. They don't always include additional education for the kids. So that's the reason why in our reworking of the industry anchors, a big piece of the career connections is for them to be doing internships earlier, for them to be doing skills that the industries themselves are identifying for those mid-types of jobs.
Right. And I know DESE or the state tracks the salary. Is that something that you track as a district?
We do. We track that, but we also, I think even more importantly, we're in constant conversations right now with the chamber. And so we kind of have an advisory group in this area that comprises of particular businesses that have been our partners, and we're coming up with sort of a roadmap for how the businesses can be more engaged with the schools, and particularly on the career connections front, how can they can play a deeper role for our students. So we're getting data from them in terms of the different industries, what they project 5 to 10 years are going to be the skills needed, the types of jobs, some of which don't even exist today, and then obviously the salaries.
Thank you. And I'm going to be turning over the chairmanship to the Chair of Education, Counselor Santana. So thank you, and any other questions that I have, I'll submit.
That sounds great. I just want to make sure you are aware that I have a 1:30 hard stop, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So
we didn't say that aloud,
No, we
and
did not.
yeah, we didn't say that aloud at any point, and I just want to make sure because we've been pretty clear on that for a while.
All right. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I see the list of comments. Okay, I guess I'm next. Look at that. So, just to start, and let me just get. Okay. Just to follow up on my last round, I know some of my colleagues have brought it up, the public safety.
Yeah.
And Deputy Superintendent, I really appreciated your answer. But I think when we're hearing directly from kids that this is happening, that they're not feeling safe, right? Then I really appreciate the holistic approach that BPS has taken. But there seems to be a disconnect there, right? Of our approach and then what's happening on the ground. So my question to you now is like, what additional resources may you all need for us to actually decrease that gap that we're seeing?
Yeah.
It's very, like, I understand like everything that you all said, but it is extremely concerning to hear from students, especially our high school students. And this is not, again, I know in this hearing we're talking about, one school, but I've visited multiple schools and it's the same story. Like, public safety is my number one issue and concern with our schools. And when I'm hearing that, across all our neighborhoods, that's very concerning. So what additional resources may you all need in order to actually really address this?
Yeah. So, I think, again, it would be helpful to me after I have a conversation to understand, in school, in a particular school, is it a situation where people need retraining, whether they don't have the right operational systems in place when kids are coming through? I'd want to actually have that conversation and kind of talk to the young people too, because they, better than anybody, would probably understand if something is coming into a building, how it's coming in, especially if it's a building, which most of our high schools are set up, that do have metal detectors and the exterior doors. We've gone through this project of locking. So I'd want to understand from our students themselves what they're hearing and kind of seeing there, to really then think about what we need to do different in that particular site. I think more holistically, we've done some exploration, around, there's been a lot of evolution of technology when it comes to things like the metal detectors. Right now, the metal detectors have to be paired with search. It's not efficient. It's invasive. It's just, there's a lot newer technologies that are more weapons detector that just allow kids to walk freely through. They don't have to worry about cell phone and keys and everything else. It specifically looks for a weapon. We have been doing research in that and demos, and we have some kind of next steps on that we're looking toward. So that is the one area that I think if we were to say there's something more that we might be able to do, that would be that piece. But again, I think it goes back to, and I say this having been a high school principal for 11 years at Tech Boston, the number one thing is relationship with the students. Because at day's end, the students want to be safe, and they will come forward to adults if they feel like there's somebody in the community that's not adhering to that. And then the adults can do a very good job at making sure that that stays protected.
If I could just add briefly to that, just an example. We know there was a horrific incident that occurred in Council Flynn's district. And I would say between the afternoon time, based on the relationships that we have and the infrastructure we put in place, our teams were able to identify what occurred, debrief with students, and put a plan in place to make sure they go to all the high schools in that area to make sure at 7:30 in the morning, and prior to that, we had supports and staff ready to talk to students that were impacted by that. So that's the kind of level of engagement that we're talking about when we say relationships. So we're confident in that, but to the superintendent's point, we're happy to have more conversations with students and really see what else is needed.
And I'll urge BPS to do just that. And I think, excuse me, I couldn't agree with you more, Superintendent, about loving adults, creating that space. And I think as a testament, I think the space that we were able to create yesterday for those high school students, I think was the reason why they opened up about this, right? So I think we should be more proactive in doing that in all of our schools and all our classrooms. I have a bunch of questions, but I'll only ask one more because I know you have a hard one to stop, and I want to give my colleagues the opportunity to ask you questions. But I know you mentioned, and we know that about 10% of students, and I know my Councilor Weber mentioned, experience homelessness, and would like to know about, what proactive approaches are we doing on BPS to address that. I know with the potential of school closures, I mean, is there any talks about like transforming previous schools to like Can we
Yeah.
just talk, like, I mean,
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting concept, and I think, like we listed 10 or 11 buildings yesterday that are buildings that are either underutilized and/or will become vacant for like swing space. There's been a few successful models nationally with this, right? That I would like to poke at to sort of see what that could look like. We've seen an incredible uptick, right, post-pandemic of the homelessness. What really concerns me, and I think I've mentioned this to multiple of you, but it's the unaccompanied minors who are like 15, 16, 17, couch surfing, don't have a stable family. They really concern me because it's like that's a challenge for them to even come to school. And if they're coming to school, they need to get every particular thing they need, right? Like we become that support network. This is where Katie's Closet, this is where Hearn, there's just so many organizations we work with to identify who the students are and then support. But that number seems to continue to grow. So it is our most vulnerable population for sure. It will definitely be something I would love to think about entertaining, as we get ahead with the buildings, being able to entertain organizations putting forward proposals for this, to be able to kind of either co-sponsor or to work with us on this as a place. You also have the potential of like schools that stay open at night and then just offer, like kids that are in shelter can stay, do homework, get fed, and that's very different than sometimes going back to the shelter where they don't have other kids that are their age, or they don't have like the academic support. So I think there's a few things that we can do going forward as we start to evolve the programming.
great. No, thank you. I'll pass it over to my colleague, Council President Nguyen. You have the floor.
Thank you, Councilor Santana, and thank you for uplifting the issue of homelessness among our student population. And Councilor Weber, we filed a hearing order to look at how we're using our municipal buildings, but even more important than that, about a month ago, I was on a Zoom with all of our social workers who are incredible and are doing amazing work, and we need more social workers, more guidance counselors, more of that support. I think I heard say loving adults for our young people, and I just want to uplift how I felt the weight on their shoulders in that call, and I'm advocating for more, and was still surprised at the level of how much they're recognizing the housing crisis among our young people, and they feel it. And I asked about Hearn, and they said Hearn's great but limited, and so I just want to make sure that we are, and it's probably with the work of this council as well, making sure that our social workers in our schools have the resources at their disposal to help our kids respond to the many, many pressing issues related to housing and stability that they face. I don't know what more, or like what more are we doing? Like what more can we do? How can this body be more helpful, and how can we better help our social workers? Because do we need, and I asked the Office of Housing Stability this the other day, does there need to be a fair or fair that brings together the social workers with the housing resources that we have, so that they know what to do if it's this situation, what to do if it's that, what to do if it, who to call? Because I spent some of my time doing that, but realized like they need that, they need to, and like why don't they know where to go?
Yeah, I think higher ground is another one, but like I think what it is schools have developed partnerships over time, and they're used to dealing with like that one or two. I think it's a great suggestion for us to think about how we could bring together all the partners to see who else isn't even in the space right now that we can invite in to be part of part of that partnership. So that's something we can definitely explore. But I agree with you. Our social workers do unbelievable work, and it's become heavy work post-pandemic, and the homelessness piece is added into it.
Thank you. And just know that we are, whatever it is that we can do here, I'm going to continue to support and provide them with guidance that I know of. But yeah, I want us to get more strategic, and if it's more money, more support. I think that's why there's a lot of advocacy on this council for more of the city-based vouchers, because those allow the flexibility to really place our students who are experiencing homelessness. So that there's definitely that advocacy from this council. And Superintendent, you mentioned Katie's Closet. Katie's Closet is so important to all of our schools and our students, and I know that they're facing a budget crunch, right? They didn't get the money that they need at the State House, and they're a partner here, so, you know, we're hoping that there's an avenue and a door for them. We can't call on them to assist, but then not financially give them the support that they need to do the work.
Yeah, we're really trying to work through on Katie's Closet. We advocated at the state level as well. It just really is something that should be built out. It's also an area where, as we start to think about the hub model and getting partners in, that might be something that's identified where businesses can support as well. Businesses are often looking for things to support within the district. We're kind of looking all funds for them.
Thank you. I wanted to uplift our dual language schools. They're incredible, from the Hernandez to the Matahunt and to the other schools. I know that they've been trying to have a meeting with you, wanted to make sure that they can get that in order so that they have the assurances that we are buying into the program and are giving them the resources they need for their schools to thrive. So just wanted to uplift that request, and hopefully that's something that you'll be able to do.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We actually just had a great meeting with MMA as the sole secondary dual language. But yes, this is going to be an area of a lot of activity and growth going forward for us, so absolutely.
Okay, thank you. I asked my first question about this, and this is the continuation. I said, I didn't mean to downplay community engagement because it's really important. I want to understand, as we move forward in the conversation with mergers, closures, and reconfigurations, what are we going to do differently to build that trust and that community engagement? And I think I heard, was it John Mudd, when he was giving his public testimony, talking about we bring in parents when the decision has already been made. And so how are we going to, will we have forums? Will we have town halls, neighborhood by neighborhood? It's something that Councilor Braden and I have talked about, doing that work, because I think parents, our schools need to change, right? We need change in our school system, and we need to get that sort of buy-in as soon as possible. And so I'm wondering, how is the approach going to be different so that the parents are brought in parents and the community and school members are brought in at the ideation stage so that they can feel like they have been along for the ride the whole time. So what are we going to do now that we are going to pause, it looks like, to make sure that we get these 11 capital projects right, that we get ELL, special education right at our open enrollment schools, that we making sure that we're giving high quality seats to our young kids. How are we at the same time going to get the community engagement process right?
Okay. One, I just want to note that how we engage, just like as a district and as a large system, that's a space that we're going to continue to improve. But one thing, a couple of points I want to make. One, in order for us to get here to the announcements that was made, brought forward to school committee last night, this was 18 months of engaging the community in terms of building the long-term facilities plan, and even after building the long-term facilities plan, and sharing all of the data publicly, engaging the community via webinar and neighborhood workshops, sort of walking the community through how we're using the data that's public to make decisions. One of the things that we wanted to do differently is that we heard from the community through these sessions, is that when we bring recommendations to a body like school committee, it feels final, and the communities ask that, the communities through engagement ask that before these decisions are brought to the school committee, they ask that we bring the decision, the recommendations to school communities. And as part of this process, before bringing the information to school committee, we brought it to the school community once the decision was made to bring recommendations to school committee. And throughout the process, in terms of the implementation, will engage the community, and this is where the cross-functional team in BPS comes into play, where our HR team, our assignment team, the capital planning team assigning a capital planning project manager that's in person at the school, that's supporting the school and families like through the transition is really important. So that's like some of the things that we've done differently, and also not just in-person meetings, but virtual meetings, sending out surveys to families, like the high-quality student experience that we're consistently talking about. Came from like the community, right? Like what the community said that they wanted to see in a high quality student experience. And just noting that this is not the end. As a district, in the area of engagement, right? Like we need to continue to improve. But I just think that those are some of the things that we've done differently and need to continue to improve on as we move forward to the next phase of some of this work, the transition phases with our school communities.
Okay. Well, thank you, and I hope that you continue to get the right. I see that it's my time. Just when I saw a Denver school teacher the other day, and I went with you, superintendent, once to the Denver school, go there quite often. They're still waiting on their renovated playground. The kids cannot play outside when it's raining, the Denver, because it is not leveled. And I've emailed, and even when Councilor Baker was here, worked on this. So just want to get the kids, the Denver school, a better playground. That they've been advocating on this. So just putting that on the floor again. Don't want them to think that I haven't forgot about what they need.
I think it's MDC land, it's different land, right? That's the issue.
We can.
Oh, we can,
sorry,
okay,
back.
all right, okay.
We'll circle back.
Circle back?
Yes.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. We're going to go into a 5-minute recess just to kind of give you a small little break. We do know that the superintendent did have a hard stop at 1:30, so we appreciate your time this morning.
Yeah, if we have like, I need 15 minutes to travel. I can leave at 1:45. If we can do 2 minutes, rapid, like quick for questions, I do want to try to like let the other counselors, if possible.
Let's do that, and then we'll go into a 5-minute.
So for us, keep answers real brief.
Okay, so next up, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson.
Thank you. So I think, I'm just going to sort of list the things that I've heard from community in terms of requests for this year. That schools are clean and renovated buildings, that we have fully funded schools, mental health and career counseling, special ed services that are thorough. And then I heard Dr. McIntyre talk about the hub coordinator, and I really appreciate that model because it does make a lot of sense. And but they're also asking for a moratorium on school closures as well as and decisions, protection of school properties and communities, authentic community engagement. And then just to talk about authentic community engagement, and I thank you, Superintendent, so much for your team for sending me over information. Councilor Anderson in District 7 is actually doing the neighborhood by neighborhood town halls where we engage our constituents, and you guys have been so cooperative in terms of like actually giving me the information on everything Roxbury. We'll be looking for that for Fenway, for South End, and for Dorchester Grove Hall area as I cover it. And in terms of intentional, like as we're doing that, as I am facilitating these neighborhood by neighborhood workshops, or rather town halls, I did attend one of your workshops, and the big concern there, and I'm going to be very candid, and for those of you who are listening, when I'm advocating, and I don't even have to explain myself, but advocating for the most vulnerable or the marginalized communities always seems to be sort of like the point of defense for a lot of people, as like, why are you talking about black and white issues? And it's a racial thing. And so when it comes to, inclusion, these workshops were highly white, or some Asian, not a lot of Latinos and not a lot of black. So you were in Roxbury at the Shelbourne. I took count of every single person, demographic and everything. And I know that folks with flexibility would be able to change their schedule, in a week's time to show up. But folks that cannot are obviously inundated with daily stressors and other responsibilities, right? That they have to prioritize. Do I feed my family? Do I go to this meeting? And so I would say that as you've been cooperative in collaborating with my office and providing that information, this Saturday at Project Hope, we'll be doing, the state of Roxbury. So we could partner, we could collaborate. I'm happy to support in any way possible so that we can try to figure out how we get more inclusion. And then in terms of, the schools in Roxbury, and you've promised not to close them, but, just about half of, not about 8 or 9 in Roxbury are considered like needing improvements. And the majority in Roxbury, and so I guess I'm wondering, like, moving forward in capital, projections or recommendations, what are your plans for the schools in Roxbury?
You just talk.
One of the things so there's just like a couple of different buckets. So there is, as Brian shared, as part of the capital budget for Roxbury schools, I don't know any of them off the top of my head, but there's some that's like prioritized for like smaller capital investments that the facilities team oversee. But in terms of like the larger capital budget, there's one priority that's there for the superintendent and the mayor, and that's like an elementary school in Roxbury. And just being completely transparent to this body here, that is a priority for the superintendent and the mayor. There is 11 like capital projects in the queue right now, and that's something that as capital projects are coming offline, that is a project that our team is going to have to like prioritize along with like the other schools that are in the pipeline. But that is a priority for the superintendent and the mayor.
I really do. Of course, thank you. I really do appreciate that the Cotter is on the way and that Madison is on its way. And then, again, like knowing that Roxbury is historically the most disenfranchised, and then now discovering, it aligns totally with capital investments or divestment, then obviously super important to prioritize Roxbury next in your capital investments. And I'll continue to advocate that, obviously, with the administration. And then, in terms of this conversation moving forward, I want to be intentional about, how we get to understanding, analytically, like this whole thing in terms of from inclusion to your plan to save money now that you have less money, but also save money, but also appropriating funds in with priorities, right, in mind. And then also understanding, like, if we can consolidate services in certain areas, hence inclusion or other types of services, then that's a better investment rather than having all of these schools open. And so I'm trying to follow you as much as possible because I want to be very intentional in how we move this conversation forward. And I think my recommendation to the chair, I'm going to close now because I think you have to go, Superintendent, to allow my colleagues, of course. I'm going to close here. I am going to recommend to the chair that we bring you back to 1 or 2 working sessions, that we tear this thing down top to bottom, bottom up, and we give it one more try in terms of really breaking it down so that we understand. I don't think that we can move forward with saying what, or you, unless we have the full picture. And I'm going to be very honest about where we are, and I'm going to say that you guys obviously, and I've already said it, you guys obviously have a responsibility in that as well, in making sure that you are delivering it in a way that's more comprehensible and user-friendly. I'm going to leave it at that. I hope you are open to that, to coming back to a working session where we're like not all with the pressures and all the people testifying and stuff like that, just us, and we're breaking this down so that we can move forward with what makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Great.
Sounds good.
Thank you. Councilor Mejia, you have the floor. And just a reminder, we're trying to do
I'm
about 5 more minutes, so let's do rapid questions.
You know what? I know that I don't have a lot of time, so I don't want to waste. You are not going to be here enough for me. You have 3 minutes, so I don't think it's fair for me to hold you hostage for 3 minutes because I have a lot more to say than 3 minutes. So I just want to thank you and appreciate your, advocacy and your effort. And I am incredibly hopeful that we will all learn how to step into our power here. I have counted since becoming a BPS parent, not graduate, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 superintendents. 6. And Sam, you've been there through it, every single transition. And Superintendent Skipper, I hope that we can have the political will and courage to help you help our students that we all say we really want to help, right? But it's hard for me to believe that when it just feels like we keep giving passes. And I would like to utilize my time to just at least note that for the record, and how disappointed I am in what I believe is a political just theatrics here, myself included. And I think that our parents and our students deserve more than an act of, coming here, asking questions, going back and forth. And, yesterday, Michael Curry said that I was unbought and unbossed, and I am now going to add another. I'm unbothered. And I can speak the way that I do because I don't have anything to lose at all. And I want to thank Dr. McIntyre still while you're here publicly, because when you first started off with the Grove Hall Alliance, I was a parent organizing in that space. And that was decades ago, right? Not decades, but that was a while ago. And Counselor Campbell then was a big champion. And I'm just really concerned about the tone and the tenor and the lack of just hunger that we have. And I hope that you know that when I was out in these streets, I was fighting for more community hub schools, and I'm going to continue to fight for more community hub schools. And I think that the work that you're doing needs to be amplified, and it needs to be supported, and it needs to be acknowledged. And I want to do so publicly because I know the superintendent agrees with me 100%. That your work is what we need to do more of. And then I'll wait for the rest of my questions once you give us a 5-minute recess, sir.
I am also happy to meet with any counselor over the next week to be able to answer questions, to have conversation. As always, I'm open and available to do that, as is our entire team. So if there's particular questions.
Great, thank you.
Well, she's leaving.
Yeah.
Can we take the 5
Yeah, we'll take
and
the
then
5
go
minute.
back to our 8 minutes?
Yep.
I'd appreciate
absolutely.
that. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Superintendent. We'll take a 5-minute recess.
Thank you.
So we are back, and we'll start off with right to you, Councilor Mejia. You have 8 minutes.
Where's everybody else at? What happened to the rest of your squad? Dell left too?
No, Dell's right outside.
They'll be right back.
Well, tell Dell to get back in here. I'm not done with everybody. I want everybody back in here. Dell. All right, whatever. So I'm curious, Sam, I've had a few young people who have reached out to my office who I know that Superintendent Skipper and some of my colleagues have asked about some of the students who are unhoused. And some of these young people find themselves, because they're over 18, there's a difference between some of the families and some of the children who are unaccompanied, and there's some just young people who have aged out of their parental requirements. So parents are like, I'm done with you, you're 18. So I'm just curious, how is BPS? And I don't want to hear about bridge, over troubled waters, or don't. Give me something else to work with, because this particular constituent case is just, getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and no one is able to point me in the right direction.
Yeah, I'm happy to talk offline about it more privately, just seeing them more to help out more. But I think in general, with students that are in that catchment age, in range, through our HERM program, we have the partnership with the vouchers, and we're trying to make sure that we are able to plug in as many students and families.
How many vouchers do you have?
I'd have to go back and get you the numbers, but I know over the last maybe 5 years, we placed like well over 1,000 families.
And how many do you have left?
I'd have to get the numbers. I don't have it off the top of my head.
So, because this is a crisis.
Yeah, the more advocacy we get for the vouchers, the better.
These two young women in particular have a deadline of June 1st. And I actually mentioned this particular case with one of the first BPS hearings that we had, and there's been no resolution.
Yeah, these cases can be complicated, and I'm not sure the specifics of them, but again, happy to talk with Jeff Line about it. But I know in general, we try to make sure we utilize our voucher programs to the extent we can, and try to plug families into how to go about it, assist with applications, and do those pieces with students and families that need it.
Okay, I appreciate that. I am curious, I'm going to switch gears to ELs. And, you know, I was part of the ELL task force. This is the problem or the opportunity, depending on how y'all want to experience me, is that I've been in every single different level of BPS. You know, I've been on the inside as a task force member. I'm a parent. I'm a graduate. You know, I'm an agitator. So I understand it from so many different perspectives. But can you just talk to us a little bit about how are we now grappling with the fact that half of the folks that were part of the ELL task force have branched off and now are creating their own cohort? How are you interfacing with this new cohort?
I can't speak directly to that because that's not like my specific area of responsibilities. I know my colleague, Deputy Chen, interfaces more with that group from the academic division. So unfortunately, I can't answer that question.
But as it relates to ELs, you can't answer any questions regarding ELs? Like
ELs, I can to the extent we're talking about programming and what we do at BPS, but as far as interfacing.
Let's talk a little bit about programming.
Sure.
Let's talk a little bit about, Del, you want to jump in?
You sit right here.
I'm specifically curious about the bilingual programs by the year. Like, what does that look like? And I know that Orchard Gardens, even when I was an ELO task force member, Pablo, you know, we were trying to get Orchard Gardens to be a dual language for Cape Verdeans, and I'm just curious, where is that?
Thank you for that question, Counselor. So I don't have the specific information on Orchard Gardens, but I know fall of 2025, our team is working on rolling out 8 like bilingual programs across 8 elementary schools in Spanish, Creole, Cape Verdean Creole, and Chinese. The team is engaging with those school communities and sort of like that 2025. The reason why the timeline is 2025, they're working, this all needs to be approved by DESI before it can be fully implemented. So they're in the stage of like also working with the state as well. So there's 8 elementary schools.
And the Office of our MME office is in the process of circling back with the different communities to give them updates and answer questions they have about where we are in the process.
Okay, thank you. Now, can you talk to us a little bit about the Blackstone? Going back to my history, I'm just going to keep letting you know that I have been here for a long time. So I was on the other side organizing alongside the Blackstone community when they were tearing down the walls, or at least trying to build the walls that you guys have promised them for years. So what gives? When can we finally see the Blackstone get their facility needs met?
Good afternoon, Councilor Mejia. Good afternoon, Councilor Mejia. So when it comes to the Blackstone, I actually know there was a study that was going back to 2016, where they recommended a large change in the building. There was a large plan that went there. When I started in 2021, we were able to submit that into an MSBA project to see if we can get it as a complete rebuild for the whole entire building. It was then rejected, so we went to go submit it again. It got rejected again.
Who rejected it?
The MSBA rejected it for having it be a core program. And so what we did in order to try to keep this moving forward is my team continued to make maintenance and relative repairs to the building as much as we possibly can, knowing that the building is in full need of capital construction. This year, we're seeing that the FY25 budget has, I think it's around $20 million for us to start doing a study on the Blackstone building. And so that probably puts us at, 2 years for us to get into a design process and then looking at where we are from there.
So,
Just wanted to add on the Blackstone piece, because we've communicated with that community and all of the families as well. Just to put it into context and adding on to what my colleague Brian just shared, the Blackstone is part of this round of sort of like capital investments for the district. The community was informed that between school year 2025 and 2029, within that 5-year period is when our collective sort of like teams and also within the capital budget will be able to actually start the Blackstone project.
But, see, because I've been here for 4 years, I've been hearing about the Blackstone even before I came in, and we've talked about study. I'm sorry, but I have to tell you, we already talked about studies, we already did designs. At some point, when can we deliver?
Yep. And I think that, thank you for that push. I think one of the things, and actually coming into this space over the last year and a half, that I realized that's really, really important. So all of the school communities, like the 11 projects that is in construction right now, what I've heard from all of those communities is that we've been promised things for decades, like Madison Park, the Carter School. All of these schools have been promised things for decades. I think that just like represented in the capital budget, we've seen that the mayor and the superintendent, like in the capital budget, like more funds allocated to schools. I think a part of that process is like showing that we're moving. The studies is really important because it helps us work with those school communities to know and understand like what we're designing for. And so those studies actually translate into the design part of the work, understanding like what we're designing for, who we're designing for in the school community.
So could I just make a note, because my time has come up and I'm more than happy to wait for another round. But I just want to say is that every single study, every single design, every single fits and start, it's money that we are spending on that. And that is when I talk about waste. And, contrary to what anyone wants to believe here, we are pushing for more accountability, transparency here in government. And I wholeheartedly agree with Councilor Breeden in terms of having a chief auditor who I appreciate the need to say we have this and we have that, but at the end of the day, I feel like we just keep throwing money into spaces and places, and we're not seeing the return on those investments. And I feel like that's probably where the greatest frustration is for parents who have been waiting. And I'll wait for the rest of my time so that I can ask 500 more questions.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Murphy, you now have the floor.
Thank you. I have a curriculum question. Can someone answer that from this panel? Can you sit? No?
Dr. Chen's not here, so I would defer to her.
Will she
on
be
that.
coming back?
She was never here.
Never, will she be coming back, though, for another hearing before?
Yeah, I'm happy. I'm sure she'd be able to connect with you one-on-one with questions that you may have.
So I have
or-
questions about, and I'll put it on the record, how many courses can a high school student fail? And what I was told directly from discouraged students is, and I'll just use one hypothetical, you can be a sophomore and fail all your courses. So let's just say you failed 4 courses, and the requirement is that you come during winter break or February break. I think it's winter break because they want it before the next semester starts, but you only need to attend for 4 days. There's no test you have to take, and it can be for more than one course, not just one. And that you get, and it used to be a grade you were given, but now it's just a pass-fail, and the only requirement is that you physically show up for 4 days, and that all of your failed courses will become pass. And that if you're a senior and it's the last term, that they just sign off on it and don't expect you to do anything, and you still graduate. So I would like to know what the procedure is. Because I remember back.
There are definitely graduation standards that students
Of course,
have
but
to
are
meet.
we, right, and
Yeah.
we can't be using COVID, because I know we were patting ourselves on the back for graduation increase, but at the same time, it was because we were wiping out lots of standards. But if I could get a formal.
Oh, perfect. Forgot about that.
Good afternoon, Councilwoman. I'll take a shot at answering that. What I think you're talking about are acceleration academies, and we offer the academies during the school breaks.
Yeah.
And the academies are an opportunity for students to enhance their learning and deepen their engagement in preparation for assessments or whatever is to come, or strengthening their course grade. During that time, however, some schools might offer online courses. So a student might be able to go in and make up a course, or begin to make up a course online at that time.
That's not what the students said, though, with all due respect. So they're saying that it's not, because I do know that we'll offer extracurricular,
Yeah.
for extra tutoring. This is, you failed pre-calculus, you failed English, you failed history, but you can come for 4 days. And as long as you just show up, and you can even, they said you can even walk the hallways.
So I'm not aware of anything of
As long
that
as you
nature.
show up. And unfortunately, there is a large amount of students who don't even show up. So even though it's such a minimal expectation, there are still students that end up failing because they weren't able to attend all 4 days.
So if I can offer, Councilor Murphy, I'm happy to talk with you offline about
Yeah.
the specific case and circumstances, but what I do know is that we do have high school graduation requirements that our students and staff are and should be aware of, and we work with the students and families to make sure they're aware of where they stand with those graduation requirements, and they watch and monitor that
Right,
closely.
that's
So-
seniors, right.
So I think what I'd love to do, because I'm not sure which case you're talking about, the team would love to connect with you and look more into that and make sure that students are getting their
Yes.
requirements.
Yeah, that makes sense for me, because that doesn't sound like it's anything that we honor and support. I'm not saying that it might not have happened, but
Right.
it's not what we
Yeah, and I know the
represent.
superintendent did say she wanted to talk with myself and Councilor Flynn and Santano after that meeting yesterday. And these were students who are, one of them's a valedictorian and going off to Northeastern and not ever needing it, but students feeling discouraged that they're working hard, but seeing that kids can fail. They said, all of their courses and make it all up in one short sweep, which then obviously does not prepare them to succeed in life or their next year. So, I wouldn't ever advocate for that. I do think, though, even online, that needs to be clarified to make sure that we're not just passing students on, because we know that we have a unfortunate history of wanting, in many cases, to just check the box that we got to graduation, right? I know even trying to get the valedictorian list, it's not even complete yet. We're not in, the ceremony is on Tuesday. You would hope that most schools were in a position. And I know as a mom, myself, as a student way many years ago, I would want my child in a school that wasn't acceptable. Right, if you could, Brian, mind if you could email me the information on the work that will happen for the English high ramp? Yeah, and the contractor, like the whole bid process that went through and the timeline of when this is expected to happen. I'd appreciate that.
Absolutely, Counselor.
Thank you. That's all, Chair. Or stepping in, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would echo what Councilor Mejia advocated for in support of the Blackstone School. And as you know, I had a recent visit and tour of the school and specifically looked at the facilities with you. So thank you for that opportunity. I also had an opportunity to talk to some of the students, and there's wonderful, wonderful students there, but doing the best they can. Wonderful teachers there doing the best they can, but as you know, it's just a building that's just completely not functioning as a facilities type building, so I support that as well. Well, let me go back to public safety. Sam, what's the status and why is it taking so long with the memorandum of understanding with the Boston Police?
That's pretty much finalized, and I know there's some conversations that the superintendent's still having with the school committee about that, and I think that's kind of where we are. But we've worked out all the day-to-day arrangement with Boston Police. We're operating, the MOU pretty much just codifies the way we operate, is what I would say, and I think that's where we are.
Is it going to be signed in the next week?
I'd have to double check with the superintendent on that.
That's been a long time for Boston Police and in the school system. That's been over a year and a half working on that memorandum, right?
It's been about that long, and I know we made a lot of progress, and we've been operationalizing and working to the tenants, and the MOU pretty much describes the way we're working. So we're confident day to day that we're clear on how we're working with each other and what roles everyone plays.
What was the outstanding issue that was the most difficult to resolve, that you guys are in a good place now? What was that issue that was holding up an MOU to get signed sooner?
There was never really issues. It was more about how we structure the MOU and how we codify our current working relationship. There weren't really any tensions. It was just more around how we structured the MOU, given the model MOU that the state required us to do and what that required, and us making a decision not to follow the state law around the police reform. So we adopted instead to just codify what our current working relationship is, and we just had discussions more around that than any real disputes about any way we collaborate or work together.
With the issues with DESE, are they concerned about any aspect of BPS operations?
I think with the SIP agreement, the operational areas that we worked on with them were around transportation, facilities with the bathroom projects, as well as our safety services division and unit. And happy to say we've completed all of our bathroom projects. Happy to say that we've worked a lot to improve our on-time performance. We're not at the 95% on-time performance that DESE would like us to be, but we've made a lot of progress, and the students are getting to school close to on time in the morning, and then within the first 15 minutes, all the buses are typically there. We have about, I can't quote the exact number, but it's in the higher than 95% there within 15 minutes.
Mm-hmm. I think DESE wants us at 95, and I think BPS is probably around 87. Is that accurate?
I'd have to go back and double check, but I think the larger point is we've made a lot of progress.
No, I understand that, but I know DESE, their percentage that they wanted us at was 95%, and my understanding is BPS is 87%.
Yeah, and that's before the bell, but within the first 15 minutes, we're definitely like well above 95% within 15 minutes. So we have improved in that area as well.
What's the biggest challenge with public safety? We highlighted that earlier, but what is DESE concerned about in terms of BPS public safety operations?
The issue centered around just more how we set up a hotline to make sure that any issues parents had, they were able to call in. They were concerned about our bullying, reporting, and training, and how we responded to bullying. Since then, we've added a lot of capacity with our staff and team at Succeed Boston. We've increased our training to both staff and students in the area. We've beefed up our systems and staff around social workers, restorative justice practices, to make sure that if there are any conflicts around bullying, we would highlight that. We also worked with them on expanding our Office of Emergency Management to make sure we had a more robust team to handle that kind of work. So we've made some progress based on some of the reviews that they've conducted.
Sam, I read the major article in the Boston Globe several weeks ago about that student, the woman that came in as a student at one of the schools and was able to access being a student for a period of time. What's the status of that situation?
My understanding is that's a criminal procedure, that's a criminal matter at this point, and I believe they're in court with that, or she's in court with that. And I don't know the disposition of any case just yet, but that's out of our hands at this point.
Was that concerning to BPS, that entire incident?
Of course it was. We were devastated and shocked, and we were really just trying to figure out kind of, how to unpack that. And luckily our procedures that we had in place worked and flagged it. And luckily we were able to reassess some of our working procedures, and we're confident that because of what we had in place, we were able to catch it eventually. So, we're more cognizant of what occurred now, and we're keeping a close eye and really scrutinizing our documents more so than we have been in the past, but our procedures and systems work to flag it.
Do we now ensure that when students do come to enroll that we do have the necessary paperwork?
Yeah, we typically do, and a lot of, luckily staff, schools do a lot of onboarding with students and families, and given what occurred, people are just more tentative to that now. But typically there's an onboarding process with students that enroll in schools, so whether they transfer into a new school or another one. Most schools are really good at really trying to learn and understand their students and make sure that they have a successful time at the school.
Were there any students that were impacted negatively by that woman pretending to be a student? Were there any serious related concerns from any students about her involvement, her enrollment in public schools?
For students that she interacted with, we made sure that there were counselors available to talk to any students or staff that might have been impacted by that needed some of that counseling.
Are those students still are they still BPS students?
I don't know that information off the top of my head.
And what type of services were those students receiving?
We offered our counseling services to the students that may have needed it.
And there's no issues at all with those students?
We haven't heard any, no.
Okay. I talked to Superintendent Skipper in the past testimony about the Massachusetts Inclusive Concurrent Enrollment Initiative. It's a state program, I'm just going over my notes, that grants eligible Boston Public High School students the opportunity to enroll in college while receiving their special education services through the school district. There was an issue relating to how many seats or how much funding, but I was advocating for more funding, for more seats. The superintendent seemed willing to support that. She did tell me she would support that, but do we know where that is? I want to advocate for that program. It does help special education students get an opportunity to further their academics. What do you guys think?
Oh, I wholeheartedly agree, and I would just have to talk to the superintendent and my colleague, Dr. Chen, to see where they are with that, because that would fall under our special education division, and again, that's not my specific area of responsibility or expertise.
All right, I think Mr. Bloom over there wanted to weigh in.
No, I was just saying, I think there's some operational things we're working on with it, but I don't think the financial part is going to be an obstacle.
Okay, so we probably couldn't expand that program and give more students an opportunity to enroll if that's what they choose, I guess?
Yes, I think there's a number of operational steps we need to go through.
Okay, do you think that might take place for students that are currently juniors or seniors so that then they could have an opportunity to get into college?
I'll need to double check with my colleagues in specialized services to know more about timeline.
Okay, would you mind following up with me on that?
No.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, just real quick, Councilor, I just got the exact numbers for on-time performance. Our staff indicates that we're at 90% on time.
And 90% as of when?
90% on average since the beginning of this school year.
Okay, so it went up from 87 to 90?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Flynn. We will now go to a third round of questions.
Yep.
Starting with Councilor Breeden.
Thank you. Questions? What are my questions? I'm going back to the question I had earlier about central office full-time equivalents. The number of full-time equivalents in 2021, which is 4 years ago, was 460.5. And then last year, this FY24, it was 587.7, which is a 27.6% increase in central staff. And I'm really, I understand we've added, a lot of those sort of related service provider jobs, but it's sort of baffling that that's a really significant and huge increase in staff. Can you enlighten me as to what sort of grades of staff they were and how much that cost?
Yep, I can work you through some of that. So we tried our best to be responsive to what I believe the intention of your question was. So, for example, we had 240 more bus monitors added to the district in that time, but we didn't include that in your number. So I wanted to say, like, just because it was on a central office budget, we didn't necessarily include everything on that budget in the number we gave you.
Okay.
I think, there are some areas for improvement, I think, in our ability to code central office that we need to work on. So, for example, I know that number includes the 17 community connection facilitator positions we added. I don't think anybody would count those as central office typically, but I think they were included in our analysis. We had about 14 of those positions are related to the expansion of UPK, doing work with the UPK sites, ensuring expansion of seats and sort of the associated supports there. There have been 10 positions added to finance, mostly clerical positions focused on improved contract management and procurement procedures. There were 4 positions that Sam mentioned added to the Office of Emergency Management as part of the Council of Great City Schools review. And if this is not what you were looking for, please let me know.
Yeah, you don't have to answer them all now, but it's 127 positions.
Yeah.
That's a huge increase at a time, and it's very costly because the personnel is our biggest cost in the whole system.
Yep.
And then I also wonder, how. Back to my earlier question, how can you make a $17 million savings if you're increasing your staff by 127%? It's just baffling to me how that can work. Then I'm really interested in partnerships in terms of how many staff have you got working on partnerships in central office? Like, I know from people in the nonprofit sector or in the business sector who try and develop partnerships or offer partnerships with BPS, and it's incredibly difficult. And I think we're leaving a lot on the table, a lot of resources on the table. Right. And I also would like to know about, the grant writing and technical support for individual schools, because I know in the situation of the Gardner pilot, they had a person who was worked on writing grants and brought in like $500,000 to $700,000 in grants to support extended day, enrichment, all sorts of things. And every school should have support to do that, because we're leaving a lot of resources on the table.
Yeah. So we have a dedicated team of, I believe it's 3 people who they do this sort of partnership relationship management. So they're not doing all the procurement on their own or anything like that, but they're coordinating the work of partners across the district. The superintendent also just recently authorized us to create a team that part of their responsibility is more focused on that grant writing support. And basically the idea she had was that we could sort of pay for it with you're allowed to charge a very small overhead. When you bring in a new grant, we charge typically like 3% overhead. And so in theory, if we bring in enough money, the sort of grant writing support should pay for itself. So we're hoping to
I
expand that.
I have to say though, 3 people in charge are to help with partnerships and relationships with potential, like, that's pitiful. And I brought this up probably for the last 4 years, because I think it's so important. You know, 3 people to do that work, we're leaving a huge amount of resources on the table. I was also, you know, the mayor has offered, you know, an increase in the the FY25 budget of $81 million. And what would happen, and that is what is that? That is 5.6% increase of the entire budget, that piece. What would happen if we didn't give you 5.6% and only give you 4%, or what would be more in line with other city departments?
Yeah, I'd be happy to walk through that a little bit. So the 81 million is broken down to 2 main categories. Thing you might think of as sort of required obligations. So our most recent round of collective bargaining increases with our teacher union, for example, fall into that.
So would that not, you know, be reflective of that, more like other city departments are getting collective bargaining agreements?
Right. We just, ours isn't separate from the 81 million. So it's the cost of our collective bargaining agreement is a part of the 81 million. I'm not as familiar with other departments. So the tricky thing for us is the sort of marginal things to cut between 5.6% and 4% are a lot of the new investments and things like inclusive practices and other supports, or we would have to go back and look at other departments to cut and other services. We'd have to go back and, you know, identify other services to cut for another, that's probably about $15 million, which is a pretty significant cut on top of the ones we've already made through this cycle.
Yeah, it just seems like there's a level of redundancy here in terms of the things you're talking about, like planning beyond ESSER. Do we not do that anyway? Like, is that not part of your huge administrative budget and central office anyway, in any case? Why do you need more money to do something that you'd be doing anyway?
So the money for planning beyond ESSER, that is for programs that were paid for on ESSER that we are looking to continue.
Okay. So it's not a
planning expense.
It's not a planning expense.
Yeah,
it's an execution.
We could have named that more clearly.
Yeah. I don't mean to get into the weeds on this.
No, it's a good point though. It's for implementation of ESSER programs that we want to continue.
Yeah, and I have to, you know, you're doing some really great things with that ESSER funding. Like we did some great things with ARPA. I have a question for Mr. Ford about where are we at with bathrooms? You know, bathrooms, we've been talking about bathrooms for 10 years at this point, or longer. How far along are we in renovating our bathrooms and getting them up to a reasonable standard?
So over this past fiscal year, I would actually just rate it to the last 11 months. We've done renovations in 16 schools to where nearly every bathroom in each one of those schools was completely renovated. That was a very, very heavy push. And year over year now, we've decided that it's going to be best to continue to do this work in the summer where it's minimally interrupted for the students, aiming to do 3 to 5 buildings every summer, just inevitably until we get back to the beginning and need to start again.
How many schools have we left?
I would have to get back to you on that. If you give me a few minutes, I can pull it up.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, just to give you an idea, we have 119 schools total, but we have to check the number of buildings we have.
Yeah, I also think, you know, we're talking about taking some of those schools offline.
That's right.
So are we going to be investing millions of dollars in schools that we're not going to be using in a few years' time?
No, through the planning process, we make sure we're cognizant of that dynamic.
I appreciate my time's probably up. Very good, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And Councillor Mayor, you have the floor.
Thank you. I know Councillor Breeden and I are really excited to keep you here until we need to, because we don't get to see you much. So, right, Councillor Breeden, we got to take advantage of the fact that we have this time. This is the only time that we have to really do this work, because it is what it is. So unless you guys want to shut me down, and are we going to end soon, sir? Or do I have 8 minutes? Okay. I just got to ask. All right. So, Del, I want to go back to when I asked you about the community engagement, in regards to how many parents showed up, you said 35. Was that total for all of the schools, or was that just the Hernandez?
No.
Or the Hennigan? Can you just help me understand
that was 35 families for the West Zone community specifically.
The whole, okay.
For the West Zone. For the Hernandez, there was about 30 families that showed up. And
how do we know that? Based on the screenshots of the, I just would love to know what your quality control looks like because community engagement and family engagement is like the biggest thing right now for us. And so I've been getting a lot of questions from parents about how many people were really there, how many of them are really parent. Sometimes people can act like they're I'm gonna ask the questions just because that's what's on parents' mind. How do we know who was there?
So both the West, actually all of the community engagement meetings, and I was just at the West Zone and the Hernandez specifically because I had a family engagement out of the country. But for all of those meetings, the information was communicated to families. Staff was aware of the family meetings, and it was not open to the broader public and also to the media. For the staff meetings, the family meetings in particular, those 2 meetings that I joined sort of just eliminated all of the BPS staff and all of the translators that were on the call. I kind of knew the staff that was that had joined the meeting. So the remainder of the members on that call, I assume those were families and members of the school communities that joined the call because the communication went directly through Messenger to those communities.
So I'm not sure and Sam, maybe you might know this, but do you have a dashboard of accountability when we're able to, after a meeting, say this is how many parents showed up, here's what we heard most of? Is there a place where we can point people to so that we can measure our ability to listen and learn and execute based on what we're hearing?
I just want to make sure that I'm clear that not the Hernandez, the Hennigan and the West Zone are the 2 meetings where the Hennigan.
What about the Hernandez?
I didn't attend the Hernandez, but I can find out.
I'd like to know how many.
Yeah, I can find out from my deputy. I'm assuming that the number for the Hernandez was a lot smaller because the families that were and that is entering the 7th grade for the Hernandez next year we have less than 10 students in that cohort. So I'm pretty sure the numbers were really, really small. Yeah.
Okay. So, but about the dashboard and the accountability, how do we know that we're reaching people?
Yeah, I mean, again, I would have to defer to my colleagues on my family community engagement side, but I know every meeting they do take notes, they do track attendance, they do track who they invite, and they do have a mechanism to have families circle back if they have questions.
Because I'm talking specifically around the Green New Deal and some of the facilities conversations that we've had. So I don't want to just defer to family engagement because this is very much part of what this hearing is about.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So just a couple of different things. The engagements with parents, with parents and families, and what we've heard from parents and families, some of that information is in an engagement report that's online and it's public facing, so folks can see that. One of the things that I think Dr. Alkins shared on the school committee last night, and Counselor, from what I'm hearing from you, that I think that just like us as a collective capital planning team, as we're engaging school communities, we've done that through the long-term facilities plan process and also the workshop pieces, what we heard, we made that information public. So the engagement report is online, but I do think that like as we're doing these smaller sort of like engagement session, would be more than happy to attach like what we're hearing in those sessions online under like the project updates for community. So we'll be more than happy to add that piece as we did. We've done that through the workshops and the listening sessions, and more than happy to do it like with our continued engagement with those school communities.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, Del, especially because I feel a sense of responsibility and I hold myself accountable. Like, I don't just talk about, what are y'all doing? I hold myself accountable to the highest level of, standard, because I know what it's like to be on the other side and not feel like I'm being heard, right? And so, I think, and having gone to some of the meetings, and you've seen me, right? I don't just show up to take a photo and then bounce. I actually sit there and listen and learn, right, alongside you all. And some of the things that I've heard back from some folks is that they would love to have a better sense of like the post, like, where do we go from here and how we're going to get there. So if there's some infrastructure that we can build to support you all with that, I'd love to be able to advocate. And I want to go back to this whole notion of, I'm just trying to really think through, because after COVID, everything feels like a blur. I know that Counselor, it was Asabi George, I think, was the chair during COVID. She was the chair of education during COVID, I think. And I remember during those hearings, she would host like a series of hearings before we delve deeper into the budget. And I'm curious if you all feel like we as a council are ready to make decisions about the BPS budget.
Can I just answer one question? Under Hernandez specifically for that meeting, I just got that there was like less than 10
That's right, and I know what I know. Right, that's why I know that we got to do better.
Yeah. But just naming for the Hernandez community that the 7th and 8th grade cohort, like we have like less than 10 students in that cohort that's affected by the grade configuration. So just wanted to name that.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. But going on to my, do you feel that we've had enough time as a council with you all to really understand the number?
So I would say this, in reflecting on this year compared to last year, I think what's very different is that we approached it really different with you guys than we did last year. I think with Councilor Rowell pushing us to meet with you guys before the budget recommendations are even set.
So a working session.
Yeah, well, I'm going to get that, but
I mean, come on, listen. You know what, listen, Sam.
My point.
I'm not a new kid on the block here. Okay, I was on the other side. Now I'm in this chamber.
Let me answer your question.
Okay, so don't try to run a game on me.
Let me ask you a question.
Answer the question.
My question by saying is that we had some time to work with you in that working session. My understanding is that our team also met with you guys individually to go over information as well.
And who did they meet? They didn't meet with me.
Well, I'm not sure.
They met with selected individuals. I was not part of that list.
So
no one met with me.
I'm not sure
for
what
the
happened
record,
there. I'm not
whoever's
sure.
listening, I just want to know. Listen, Sam, nobody met with me.
Listen, what I'm suggesting is my team offered to meet with all the city councilors, and some did have meetings. So I'm not saying you did or did not.
Okay.
What I'm saying is that we also offered the opportunity to meet with everyone individually to go over our budgets. What I'm saying now, in reflecting the difference, is that we've spent a lot of time really engaging with you all in coming to your sessions, meeting with you individually, and coming to the open hearing. So I'm not sure whether you guys are prepared or not, but what I see is different is that we've extended ourselves a great deal and made ourselves available so that we can help educate you to the extent possible to make the best informed decision you can.
I appreciate that interpretation, but as someone who's on the other side of the conversation, I don't feel that I think to be honest with you, I think that I have experienced I've experienced it differently. I feel like this is a whole new world that I'm operating in, and I think that my biggest where I'm getting my information from is outside of this chamber, which is unfortunate, right? And I think that we talk about transparency and we talk about building trust, but every time you turn around, you have to question, like, who can you trust in here, right? And then we're asked to make decisions that are going to impact thousands of young people, and we have to do so. Well, I already know all these votes. All these votes have already been secured, right? So all of this is just really theatrics, and I keep saying it because I've been in this chamber long enough to know when the deal has been sealed. And the fact that you can come here, and the reason why I've kept you here as long as I have is because I haven't had the privilege, right, of that. And also, those sidebar conversations should be had publicly, not with individuals. Because when it comes to things that are going to impact the city as a whole, those conversations need to be had publicly, not with individual counselors. I don't think that that is a good practice. That is not how we should be doing business here. Everything that we want to discuss should be done so in a public setting, because otherwise people are going to continue to mistrust the system because we're not holding ourselves accountable to a standard. So while I appreciate the fact that you've had conversations with my colleagues, I don't think that that's an appropriate way to decide what we should be fighting for in the BPS budget, because that undermines democracy and it doesn't give people that we serve an opportunity to hear how we're making decisions based on these conversations. So I am not in agreement of any sidebar conversations that have been had, and I want to note that for the record.
Appreciate that. Just want to clarify, the conversations were purely just to educate about the budget. No decisions were made. It was just around a forum to help educate and answer questions people may have had. But thank you for your position. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Sir, do you have any questions? No. You're good?
Robust conversation about the inner workings of BPS, and thank you for all your work. And we're all on the same side. We're working to make it better for our. We should have the best urban school district in the country, and we need to do the work to get there. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor.
Grishma, light me up, girl. Listen, I want to thank you all. I know these hearings are not easy, and I'm not trying to be easy. I'm sorry. I respect you highly. I understand how difficult it is to come into this chamber and defend your work, but we have to build a better structure so we're not just having these transactional, once in a year time conversations with y'all. Like, this whole system has to change in order for us to really have better ways of communicating, right? Like, so I want to acknowledge that, Dell. I know that it's not easy to do this work as a Black woman trying to change BPS and all the historical, systemic, deep-rooted things that you have absolutely no responsibility for. I know it's not easy. So when I get at you, know that I'm just pushing you because people need to know that I'm pushing you because I need to hear from you what we need to do so that we can fight next year's budget for the things that you need to be set up for success. Because otherwise, we're failing you too. Like, I want you to know that. I really do. And I think it's important. Dr. McIntyre, I'm so glad that you stayed here throughout the entire time because I have so much respect for you. I know it's not easy for you, okay? We didn't even get to talk about half the schools that I deeply care about. You know that. And the fact of the matter is that I always have to wait another year to have some real conversations. And I created a committee called Government Accountability and Transparency and Accessibility so I can talk about these things. But because they're related to education, they're never going to come to my committee. So then where does that leave accountability and transparency? Nowhere. But a public hearing around ways and means where I can get my questions answered. The whole system is rigged. So, We're just going to have to hope and pray that next year we'll do things differently. And I appreciate you all.
Great. Thank you, Counselor. And I just want to thank our panelists for today. I know it was a long hearing. Really appreciate you all sticking here and answering all of our questions. Unless you all have any closing remarks, I'm seeing no. Okay.
Just want to say thank you more than anything. Appreciate your time to answer questions.
Great.
Yeah. I just also just want to join Sam in saying, like, thank you all for your time and your advocacy in the work that we're doing that's centering students in the city of Boston. Thank you.
Great. No, thank you. With that, dockets number 0670 through 0678, FY25 operating budget, capital funds, transfers, and capital budget with dockets number 0679 through 0680 and number 0683 through 0694 companion funds. It's now been adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.